strawberry poop gas. I was cooking in the backyard, feeling like a pro. Tossed in some grass clipping magic, let that compost glow. Dog poop, cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Hail strawberry poop gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog barked once, the cat took flight, then boom, the sky turned brown and bright. It rumbled, it tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes no sense. Sticky strawberries rain from the sky. Compost cooking till the day I die. Filled strawberry poop gas, wild and crass. Flaming hot signs from the neighbor's grass. When it popped, we all went ooh, but dang, it smelled like barbecue too. So if you're brave and slightly nuts, mix that poop with grass and guts. Light it up and step way back. You might just launch your own snack shack. Bill strawberry poop gas, cooking class.
Okay, Milton, I see you have tried to interfere with my sound. So I have my little device here, and I'm going to see if I can hear myself. Here it is. All right. Okay, Milton. It works. That is extremely awesome. So, Milton, what? What do you want? I took you outside. We went running around. I chased you all around the yard, got a good workout in, and you're still meowing and running around and jumping on everything. What else do you expect? Well, I gave him food, and I'm still cooking some of my breakfast. But on the other hand, you know how Milton is. He just wants to be active all the time. And I think we share that together because, unlike a lot of people my age, I like to get up in the morning. I like to go outside, watch the sunrise, get stuff done. Sometimes I'll go for a bike ride to the canal to feed the ducks, or as I like to say, future dinner. So, anyway, hello, everybody. And let me go ahead and see, just out of curiosity, how many people we have here. Now, YouTube, again, did not delete the comments because I put it late. I usually don't put it earlier than 12 hours before the live stream, and then that way I am able to see all the comments. And let me see if we have any immediate comments. I guess, all right, we don't. That's good. So we don't have any technical issues. I'm looking at the graph on my computer, and it seems to be absolutely normal. The weather is absolutely perfect. This is one of the 14 days of good weather we get. The temperature is just right. I got the windows open. The humidity is just right. My sinus issue is reduced. That's one of the great things about being in cooler weather. When the weather is cooler, I have a lot less issues. So that's really good. Hey, Milton, come over here. Come on. Come here. Come here, Milton. Come on. Come on. You don't want to be in front of the camera? You're a silly puss. Come here. Come here, little Milton. You are a lively little kitten. Look at this cute little baby. Here you go. There. Look at Milton. Look at those. Look at those wild eyes, ready to attack. Okay, I'm going to set you down. Do whatever you want. You are such a sweetheart. Yes, you are. Look at that fluffy little tail. Oh, he's a cutie. Yes, he is. Milton has been well behaved ever since he destroyed my leg, which, by the way, has completely healed. There are no more visible scars. So I guess the carnivore diet has done what it's supposed to. And now I just have to keep an eye on Mr. Milton to make sure that he doesn't go into extension cord chomping mode. Now, I did test Milton with the extension cord, and believe it or not, he would not go near it. So maybe he learned his lesson that biting into an extension cord is a painful experience. I learned my lesson as well. Anyway, let's see how we're doing with our comments. And, all right. There we go. I see that Retired Rick, one of our regulars and a great subscriber, says first, see you in the morning. And yes, you were first and YouTube did not delete it. And the Feral Grandma says hello. And I thank you again for the delicious eggs and bacon and goodies. In fact, the bacon is still cooking. I spent way too much time playing with Milton this morning, running around the yard. He climbed a tree. He had a great time. The outside cameras are connected, but the DVR, I'm sad to say, I lost it. I'm going to try eventually, when I do my intros in the morning, I'm going to be putting the cameras on outside so you can see the routine that I go through, going outside in the morning. And again, it's just nice. Now, in the summertime, it wouldn't be that good because usually I only wear underwear and you don't want to see that. But I dress normally to go out there and enjoy the comfortable, cool weather. And Bride's Biscuit says, LOL, I'm waiting here till stream starts. And here is Jonathan. He says he's present. And Jonathan has offered to be sort of a co-host with me next week, I think it is. We're getting close to that 1-year anniversary when I did my very first Live at 8 with Rick, which is, if I remember correctly, was the last week of December of 2024. So we're going to have a little special, and I guess if we do that, I will do it from his StreamYard, which means if we set it up correctly, you should be able to join in with video. But as you know, on my end, you can always join in by calling on the phone, if you dare, and you will ring the rotary phone, which, as you know, is right next to me. Let's see here. Yes, we have the rotary phone. Now, the lights are not on yet because the timer doesn't turn on till 8. So it may or may not ring. Who knows? But anyway, that is that. So let's see who else we have here. We have, Pharaoh Grandma, Biscuit Really. Okay. So we have some comments. And Terra Girl says be here or be squeer. Okay. I agree with that. And Carnivore Jerry. Hey, Rick, I'll be home listening to you. At 11 a.m. is when I'll be doing my live 12 Days of Christmas drawing right after your live. Okay. 11 a.m. I hope, well, we'll see how long I'm online. I mean, the shorter the better because I can go outside and work on my truck. But I'm going to talk about all of that today and get with all of you, see how you're doing, and read the comments because on my live stream, Lady June says good morning, we know that the subscribers are the center of attention. I am not a celebrity here. I'm just hanging out with you. You are the ones that direct the live stream. A lot of live streams are time limited. A lot of live streams are subject limited, but not mine because my live stream is all over the place. And you'll notice that in the carnivore community, I am probably the only one that never, ever pushes the carnivore diet or even mentions the carnivore diet unless somebody else says it first. My live stream is called Live at 8 with Rick. So the word carnivore, meat, or any of that does not exist because although I am a carnivore and probably the longest one on YouTube and definitely the tallest, I've never met any carnivore that was taller than me. I am living a life that is based on trying to do the things that work best, whatever they are. Carnivore, plant-based, whatever works for you, go for it. If you're relatively young and you're one of those fitness guys that can eat the fruits and meats and whatever, and you're doing good, keep on doing it. If things change and you start gaining weight or having problems, then you can make adjustments. One of the great things about us, unlike animals, we can choose what we want to eat. And someone was saying that only humans were the ones smart enough to create food and dumb enough to eat it or something like that. And I do agree with that 100%. And here we go. This is Michael Seeley, United Carnivore. Greetings from Tampa Bay. Yes. And again, it was nice to meet you 3 weeks ago in Tampa area. I'm going to be listening in while getting some drawing done. Well, John Vady, as usual, good morning, everyone. And I hope that your art is going well. You know, we're all kind of artistic in our own way. One of the forms of art that I used to be very much into was bending glass tubing to make neon art. And when I move and I have enough room and enough time that I can do these things, I may start doing it again. I used to have neon all around the house. I still have some of it, but I may do it again just to be unique, just the way that I am. Bryce Biscuit, good morning all, and I see you have returned. That is great. And Mike Seeley, Melbourne, the other one, yes, Dad. Good morning, Rick, and everyone from beautiful Melbourne, Florida. Mike Seeley Sr. Good morning, Rick, and everyone from Smoothie 420. And I see you have a duck, a cat, and a lizard. And yes, that is it. And Sandy is here, also from Florida. Good morning. Good morning. And unlike Russ, I'm not going to make fun of you, but hey, that's just part of the game there. And Linda Flanagan, 4692. Hello, Rick and everyone. Well, hello. And yes, we have Für Elise, which is by Beethoven. I have other classical selections that I have picked from YouTube, and I will be alternating them. It's just this one I do for the test pattern. And again, in keeping with the 1950s, I went with the black and white test pattern. And if you'll notice, it was modified slightly. It says Live at 8 with Rick. And instead of having an Indian head, you probably notice what type of head was on the test pattern. Yes. Good morning, Rick. Yes, good morning. I see you're out there in the Philippines. John Michael Rosales. Glad that you're here. Another regular. Escher. The couch potato has returned. Hello. And Josephine Cowley, the artist. Howdy, beautiful quackers. Ed Quackbad Rick. Yes. And again, your painting is in my introduction, which I appreciate you sending to me, as well as Amy and the poop gas. And the more stuff that people send me, the more that this will change. The live stream will sort of adapt. It will, again, when I look at my first live stream about a year ago, it was a lot simpler, and more is added to it, and it's going to change even more in the future. All right, and Annabella. Hi, Rick and Milton. Well, hello, Milton. I guess he realized that I'm online, so he has run away like he always does, and he stopped meowing, so that's good. Milton has been behaving. I took him outside for a lot of exercise. He had a great time. He's probably going to go on the bed right now and fall asleep because that's what Milton is good at. And Brian, Fly Fisherman Dish. Good morning, Sir Quack and all quackers. Well, good morning. I am so glad that you are here, as always. And BK Belgian Carnivore. Good morning, Rick and Milton and the Saturday Quackers team. Well, good morning. And I am glad that you are here. And we have some hellos. And Terry Girl says, morning. Yes. And Josephine says, so awesome. As are you. I love this music. Well, I'm glad you do. That's another reason to come here. And Milton, you see the cat. That's his hungry cry. No, he had plenty of food. Plenty of food. Okay. So, wow. I'll tell you one thing. I may not have the most subscribers, but I have the king of comments here. I have 40 people watching right now. I hate to say it, but I think we're getting to the level of Mitch or Dr. Kiltz at this point. But actually, that's a good thing. I'm glad that all of you take your Saturday morning and you decide to spend a little time with a quack. Even though I'd probably annoy you with sinus issues that I deal with. Other than that, it's an entertaining and enjoyable live stream. And it's not one of those live streams where you have sort of the hard-headed, dogmatic nonsense, because you won't do that. This is the first time I've ever been here at the beginning of the live stream. Well, that's great. That is true. And look, another one of our top-tier subscribers, Coach Juliet Edens. And again, remember, she goes live on Sunday at 6 with her husband. And she does all kinds of videos during the week. You need to check out her channel if you haven't already. But I'm sure we all know each other, and I'm sure that you have seen her. And definitely a great person in the carnivore community. One of many, many. Hi, Annabella. There you go. Has Milton had his trouble pops removed? It's been a while. No, he hasn't. He still has his little nutties. They're still there, trouble pups. One of these days I'll get Milton fixed. But see, the problem is I don't go to the doctor myself. I don't like veterinarians. I've always had bad experiences with them. I think that they are just not great business people. And I understand that, like anyone in the medical field, they are government controlled, so they can't really do what they want. But I do think the attitude of most of these veterinarians is pretty bad. And I know they take advantage, especially the companies that own them. They take advantage of people that have pets, because some people become so attached to their pets that they will spend money they don't have to try to extend the life of an animal, which is going to die anyway. In fact, I know somebody that spent $15,000 trying to keep their dog alive. They lived 3 more months and then dropped dead anyway. Well, around here, when my pets get sick, they don't get a trip to the veterinarian. They get a little bit of Rick's amateur medicine, and if that doesn't work, I got a shovel outside, and I have several spots in the yard by the banana trees where Mr. or Mrs. Pet can have eternal rest, because I'm not going to spend money I don't have on something that's not really going to do any good. Because in the end, why would I spend thousands of dollars to keep an old pet alive when there's millions of young pets that are being killed at the animal shelter that don't even get a chance? If I've had a cat that lived 20 years and now he's going to die, well, guess what? There's probably another 100 kittens all around the neighborhood struggling to survive. I could grab one of them and start all over again. And I can build a new relationship with a new pet and enjoy the wonders of having animals, because we really do need animals. Not only do we eat animals, but we also keep some animals as pets. I've even keep ducks as pets. There's always that one or so special animal that wants to be your friend, and they're not your food. Okay, so good morning all, and good morning to Edward Renner. Very glad to have you here. And Michael, good morning. Supposed to get to -8 tonight. So Michael Pregler has cold weather to deal with. Here, nah. It hasn't been frozen here since the 1990s. And I think the last time it snowed was 1977. And it's never been below 28 degrees that I can remember. Fernando Passos. Yes. Good morning, Rick. Well, good morning. Good to see you again this early. And Coach Sheila Evans, I need to leave for gym work, but can listen while getting ready. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you took the time to be here, even for a little bit, because I know that last week you were also at the gym. I guess that's when you're doing your coaching work, and that's good. And I hope that you can help other people. It really makes me mad when I see older people that are overweight and unhealthy, because we all know it is completely unnecessary. When I see somebody older that's in good shape, that really makes me feel good. I saw a guy walking last week. You know, he had his sleeveless shirt and his muscles, and he had to be in his 60s and his white hair, and he looked awesome. I'm thinking, yep, that's the way all of us old guys should look. But when you see somebody with a stomach sticking out, waddling like a duck, that just makes me mad. I'm thinking, oh, what a waste of life. And I know I shouldn't be fat shaming people. And I'm not against fat people, because I got friends that are fat. But what bothers me, if you're fat and healthy and you're able to do your life and you enjoy yourself, more power to you. Nothing wrong with that. But when you're hard breathing, you're struggling, you're waddling like a duck in heat, that's when it's just depressing. And you just want to tell these people, look, you don't have to live this way. You can change this. But why would you tell them that? They're just going to be offended. So we have some hellos here. And hi to Milton. Yes. Oh, when Milton was at the camera. Milton is a gorgeous. He is. Yes, he is. And Paul is also here. Hey, Juliet. Hey, Rick. Hey, good to see you again. I'm sure I'll be seeing you again next week. And Chuck from Clearwater, Florida. Made it here for a little bit. We work at 10. Okay. A lot of people do work on the weekend, it seems. And Karen, Florida Sunshine, good morning. I'm glad that we have so many Floridians here. And we have some more good mornings. And he's saying hi to all of you quackers, which is good. And Venetian Cat, there we go. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And let's see. All right. Annabella says, I had my wisdom tooth removed about 10 or 11 days ago. I can eat bacon. Still having trouble with eating. Was so relieved to eat a carnivore meal. I had some mango and protein shakes. It sucked. Yeah, terrible. I hate anything that is called a shake. When I think of shake, I think about my tires being out of balance and I'm just shaking in there. So I don't like that term shake. But again, a lot of the bodybuilder bros, they love their shakes. They got to have their protein shake. Me, I'd rather have a steak than a shake. So they have a restaurant called Steak and Shake. I've had a restaurant, it would be called Steak, No Shake. All right, so we have a good Saturday from CB Carmack, who, again, good to see you in here this early. And we have a hello there. I kitted up a Christmas diamond painting today. Awesome. Don't end early. We can multitask. That is true. You have the best viewers, Rick. So nice to start my day with a positive gang leg by Rick and Milton. Well, there you go. Now, I'm not positive or negative. I'm sort of neutral. You know, I tell it like I see it. I'm not an optimist. I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist. I'm not going to delude myself with positivity, and I'm not going to sabotage myself with negativity. I'm going to let things work out, and I'm going to try to find the best opportunity I can. Miss Zoom yesterday. Okay, so that must be one of the Zoom groups that I'm not in. I took her out for duck food. My wife's birthday. I ate a little duck food, but back on track now. Well, there you go. A little duck food now and then isn't going to make you waddle and quack. You'll be fine. I've even seen cats eat duck food. Okay, so we have a ton of comments, which is really, really good. Miss Zoom. Okay, so, and Hawkeye Nixter. Good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. Glad to see you here. And we're up to 42 right now. Excellent. Same, Rick. I have never felt the need to drop the C word. I feel it's a very personal decision how you decide to eat. PhD's Big Tent. We can even feed some duck food eaters in a leaky corner. Well, that's it. A little duck food ain't going to kill you. Remember, if you eat 70% or more meat, you're still a carnivore. And that means you could eat 30% duck food and still call yourself carnivore. That's why I tell people, You want to drink coffee? You want to eat some fruits and vegetables? Keep it under 30%. You're still a carnivore. And even if you're like my buddy, the ex-vegan that's 50% carnivore, you're still doing better than 99% of Americans eating nothing but crap. And that's just not good. And again, I know several of the fitness guys over the years, they eat the low-fat, carbohydrate diet, whatever. They're fine for a while. No problem. Of course, when you get older, that's when things start to go south. Okay, I attended both. PhD were good. All right, so we're talking about the coaching stuff. My beautiful daughter. Yes, beautiful. My daughter and friend had a big smile on their face. I'm so happy and glad you like. Thank you, Rick. Well, I appreciate your effort. I like it when people do things out of their own heart. And look, who else is here? Grandma's Crochet Corner. I wish your videos weren't that late. I'd watch all of them. But by the time 9 o'clock, I'm already winding down. I don't really watch much YouTube unless I'm doing a live stream. After 10, I'm out. I'm usually in bed by 10:20. So, but anyway, glad that you're here. And okay, yep, we have there. I got to bed early. Well, there you go. Hi, sweetheart. Hope you've been well. Don't forget to like. I agree with that 100%. I kind of hope Milton can have a girlfriend. Well, I don't want Milton having a girlfriend because then I'll have a bunch more Miltons, and I can't have any more. I got one kitty. There's too many kitties in the world right now. Maybe after Milton has his little parts removed, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. But for now, Milton is going to have his friend, which is me, which is not a girlfriend. I'm about as far from a girl as anybody can get. I get to see how the day people live. Well, there you go. There is pet insurance. Well, why would I get pet insurance when I can't even get health insurance for myself? I can't afford that scam. Okay. Not using any fast-acting insulin. Oh, so dialing back the long-acting insulin. Well, that's good. Making progress. Awesome. I just saw the message from Kim. Okay. Getting prepared before the test. What a good point, Rick. Yes. That's awesome. Yes, it is. The PhD message. Okay. I know a lot of people like the Dr. Berry thing. I don't even follow him. I have no idea what they're doing there. I don't want to be in a place where I get lost in just thousands of people. Okay, so we have Josephine. And Jonathan says hello again, and I say hello. And you have to remember, Jonathan, I believe, was the very first of the internet influencers to team up with me. Now, I had been interviewed by several other people, but I believe that him and I did the very first live that I was ever in. So Jonathan and I go back at least 3 years. I knew Jonathan before he had his back surgery. He found me. I found him through Barkay. And as you know, Barkay was, I think, the second or third person to interview me when I first started out. It was in August or September of 2022. So we go way back. All right. And Sandy, there we go. And Jonathan, all right. You know, Rick has a great rate. He always wrote my last name. Well, there's only so many people. There's maybe less than 20 people that are pretty regular. So I know all my online friends. And Peter is here. Good morning, Quack Pack. Well, good morning. We got the ducks, the ducklings, and the hatching duck eggs. Good to see you here. I guess you're working today. And I see you dropped in to support the group, and I'm glad you did. So we have hello. I'm fat. There you go. There's nothing wrong with being fat. Now, if you're fat and you're trying to become healthier, then you are doing better than, again, 99.9% of people. What really bothers me, I know people that are skinny and they think they're healthy, but they're not. You can see that when you try to talk to them for a while, they're breathing hard. They lose their train of thought. Whenever they do any kind of exertion, they tire out quickly. I said, look, you've got health issues. Well, I'm fine. And you see them over there eating duck food out of a bag. Like, that's not food. That's garbage. How can you eat that crap? But anyway, my opinion. I have strong opinions, and I do offend a lot of people. All right. House inspection sucks so much. Glad you're happy. Yeah, seeing someone older and in good shape is rare. I feel like at 66, slim and fit, no smoking, no meds, no booze, drugs, sugar. Yeah, you're an anomaly, but that should not be that way. Everybody, really, my theory has been by observing people, you shouldn't start to fall apart until your 70s. Once you hit 70, a normal person, you should be growing to your like early 20s. Then you kind of peak. Then you start to level off. And then somewhere around, your 50s, 60s, you might go down a little bit. And then after 70, this incline steepens. And by the time you're in your 90s, the toilet's been flushed, you're circling the drain, and you're going to have that massive heart attack, and you're going to drop dead. And that's it. That's the best you can hope for. So when you see somebody in their 40s or 50s, fat and just struggling, it's offensive. It really is. And we have another hello for Jonathan. I miss steak so much. I'll bet you do. Very first feral cat. Okay. I had to call him Milton. Well, that's cool. Let me just double check on my bacon, make sure that it's not burning, and I'll be right back. What should I put? Oh, well. Let me put this here. I'll be right back. All right, that's pretty good. The bacon is ready. And I double-checked on Milton, and he is sleeping in the bed. So, yes, as usual, once I go online, Milton has to go to the bedroom to get a good sleep. So we'll go ahead and let's hit these comments again. Where did the other comments go? Oh, there we go. All right, so let's see. Wow. How did I get so many comments? That's incredible. Wow, look at this. I must hold the record for the most prolific commenters because that's what I am. You'll see me in a live stream, and when I get to the computer, I'll make a lot of comments, and then, you see. You notice that when I'm not in a live stream, the comments don't increase as quickly. But in this live stream, we got so many good people, it just doesn't stop. Okay, and Erin is here. Again, another one of our awesome carnivore YouTubers. She has a live pretty much every day at 8:30. If you're not familiar with her, if you like sort of a rural and chaotic type of live stream, then she's the one you want to watch. She tells stories about different things and books and movies and all that, which I know nothing about, but I watch anyway. I might as well listen to her talking and her kids talking while I'm doing some other work. So anyway, good morning to Erin. I heard you say you broke your ratchet working on your truck. Yes, I did. The little thing that you set I forget what they call it on the top, where you set the direction of the ratchet, it just broke. I was trying to take a bolt out of the engine mount. It popped out, and I can't find it. But I had another ratchet that I got from some junk that I had, clean out. And I picked it up. It was rusted. I took it apart and I fixed it. Problem is the snap ring went flying off somewhere in the house. Couldn't find it. But I had a similar size snap ring, so I just expanded it, popped it in there, and I got the ratchet working again. So, but yeah, that's what happened there. And let's see. And Anthony is here. Hey, that's nice. I miss the live streams, so I'm glad I'm back. It's lovely to be with some carnivores. Yeah, well, we're glad that you're here. And Jonathan's saying hello to you as well. Fun days. I think the pork is helping. Yes. Yes. Hey, Milton, have you returned? Come on, Milton. Let me show you. There's Milton. There's Milton. There goes Milton. Kitty, kitty, kitty. There he goes. Milton is a really good-looking cat, I have to admit. he's a very active, and I think a little bit smarter than for his own good, because he is pretty clever. And hello. And there we go. So let's see. Thanks for leaving a comment on my animation. Awesome. And good morning, Georgia Thrift Nuts. Hey, I don't think I've seen you before. Then again, who knows? But I'm glad that you're here. And I see you got the Publix deal, $79.9 a pound. Put a Ziploc, but there you go. So now you have the New York strip. I cannot afford that. It's still beyond my price range. But I used to buy New York strip when it was as cheap as $3.99 a pound. But what can you do? I guess instead of New York strip, I'll have to go to Snapper Creek strip. Go to the canal with a bag and some duck food. Yeah, there we go. Was it? I have more than I can use. Let me know if you need one. All right, I watched that movie at 4. I had 12 eggs. Felt like Gaston. 16-pound prime rib for Christmas. Well, there you go. And look, another one of our wonderful YouTubers. It's Amy, the creator of the Strawberry Poop Gas song and the Carnivore Avengers. Everyone eventually will get a Carnivore Avenger, except, well, Jonathan is a Carnivore Avenger pretty much as he is, so that would be an easy one. Let's see. I suddenly ripped into another carnivore YouTuber today on Instagram. Okay. Let Idle Dogs Lie and just delete the story. Okay. Long story short, they were too arrogant to admit they made a fault. Ah. Well, there you go. All right. I have to admit, I don't think I've ever seen Instagram. All I know of Instagram is that it's a box with a hole in it. That's what I remember seeing. For a while, everybody was putting their name on the side of their car with the little box with a hole in it. I'm thinking, if I want a box with a hole in it, why do I have to go to Instagram? But anyway, I don't get how people in 2025 do oatmeal and kale. Ew. 2.5 million years brought them to do that. I don't know. You flatten out seeds and mix it with leaves? That sounds pretty nasty. That's like when you're cutting the grass. You mix seeds and leaves. All right. Let's see. See if we have any more. A lot of these comments are each other here. Milton's would be heaven. Okay. More Miltons. Oh, no, I don't need more Miltons. I don't need to be attacked by 3 or 4 Miltons. That'd be a disaster. Then again, they might attack each other. If they're males, they'll fight with each other. If they're females, they'll mate with each other. Then there'll be more cats. Pretty soon the place will be overrun with cats, and they'll have to call me the crazy cat lady. You don't need that. Okay. Jonathan, good. You taught me things lie sometimes. Well, if it's not a personal attack, that is. Okay. I'm not far. Northeast Iowa. Well, there you are. When I did the low-fat, healthy fruits, veg, and whole grains diet, made me morbidly obese, diabetic, sick, and depressed. Took a handful of meds. Now I'm skinny and waiting for my massive heart attack, which, as you know, Peter, is coming. I'm going to be getting one as well. So when I have my heart attack and drop dead, any vegans that are still around, and I don't think any of the current vegans will still be around. I mean, obviously, Dr. Greger, see, he wrote a book on how not to die, so he'll be around long after I'm gone. Yeah, right. Have you seen that guy? Does he look like somebody? I think he also wrote another book, How Not to Age. One of the videos I want to make in the future is a picture of Greger, like from different years, and then his book. I want to get a hold of that book. Somebody I know has one. One of my vegan friends, she has the one that says How Not to Die. But somebody else had one, How Not to Age, and I thought that would be pretty funny. And then I'll just put some pictures of myself when I was a teenager, 20-something, 30-something, 40-something, and now at age 57. I don't know. All right, my neighbor. And our first question from someone that always has good questions. Jonathan says, in your opinion, what are the good qualities of a coach in the carnivore space? Do you think there are too many now that just share generic advice so we can get anywhere? Jonathan, that is an excellent question. And again, coming from you, I wouldn't expect less. Here's what I think. First of all, You know my opinion on coaches. I know a lot of people that fall in for life coaches. And I'll give you an example. There's this guy down here in Miami who seems to be afraid of me. I've referred to him before in my videos, some 20-something guy that took steroids and went out there and did fitness coaching. Okay. And then he shows off his Lamborghini and his crappy apartment or whatever. And he's moving actually back to Georgia, I think where he came from. I leave nice comments on his website, on his YouTube videos. And he always deletes them. So he's afraid of me. The guy's afraid of me. When he moved to Miami, I used to communicate with him before, but he stopped. Because you know what it is? They don't want people that are in the area that can see through you, that are going to expose the nonsense. But I think what's happening with the coaching space, it's a combination of things. First of all, you have the big-time YouTubers like Dr. Barry who are in it for the money. Yes, I said it. Oh, Rick, how can you say that? Well, in the beginning, when he was in keto, obviously he was doing it just out of frustration. But once you start to make money in the space, I mean, come on. The amount of money that you charge people to be in their coaching program is outrageous. And other people jump onto the bandwagon now. We know that Dr. Kiltz is doing something very similar, but he doesn't charge as much, and he's actually given it away to a lot of people. I don't know if Dr. Barry has ever given anything away to anybody. Maybe he has. I don't know. But here's what I think. The services of someone who has experience, for example, let's say that you are on a journey to build a certain physique, or you're trying to reach a certain medical threshold. Having someone that is familiar. It's like, for example, personal trainer. Why do people have a personal trainer? Anybody could figure out what to eat, how to work out, whatever, and that's fine. But some people are not self-motivated, and a lot of people I know are like that. I have friends that don't do anything until I go there and I start working with them. So like my friend, his place is a mess like mine. Of course, my place is a mess, but it changes. If you look at it, things move around, things get thrown out, more things come in. You go to his place, everything stays exactly the same. Never does anything. And the pile gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Well, eventually I go over there, backyard's covered with weeds, covered with scrap, junk, garbage, and everything. So we're talking, and I go to the garbage can, I start picking up broken plastic, and I start pulling out weeds, and I start doing this and that. And then he looks at me doing it, he's like, okay, and he starts doing the same thing. So because I took the initiative, he starts to do it, and then we kind of work together and get it done. But if I wasn't there or nobody else was there, nothing would ever happen. He'd have to wait until the county came and then started to put pressure. He's one of those people that does everything at the last minute when there's pressure. And I don't really like that. I do things at the last minute when I have no other choice. So I do believe that one of the good qualities of a coach in the carnivore space is the ability to analyze someone's situation and then try and determine what methods should be used to motivate that person to do the right thing. And I think that's really important. Now, the generic advice that we can get anywhere, I agree. There's just a lot of people out there that are learning this advice. And then some people think that just by asking a question and getting it, they'll ask one person. And if they don't like it, they'll ask somebody else. And they'll just go shopping around until they find someone that gives them the confirmation bias or tells them the things that they want to know. And then for a while they can do that. And I think the difference between a quality coach and a scammer is that the quality coach is going to tell you what they know in their experience is going to work and can adjust it to the things that you are able to do, but not the person that tells you what you want to hear. Because when the person just tells you what you want to hear, all they're doing is stroking your ego and they are not fixing the problem. And in the end, this is all they're in it for. They want the money, and that's it. Now, again, I do believe that most of these people, at the very basis, they had a desire to help. But I think that once the money starts coming in, it's kind of hard for someone to get away from that. It's addictive. And I know a lot of people that have been successful with business and endeavors. Once they get that money, it changes them, and then it all becomes a game about keeping the money flowing and not so much about the products they produce. You see this with everything. But do I think there are too many now? No, I don't think there's too many now. But I think there's too many people that are in it for the wrong reason. And that's the thing. And again, there are people in this chat right now that do this coaching and training, and they're in it for the right reason. But they're, again, it's like anything else. You're always going to have that sort of filtering that takes place. A lot of people get into a space, and then they may have to, some will come, some will go. It's like anything else. The less effective will fall out, and then the others will sort of take their place. All right, I'm your Facebook Messenger again. I saw your interview with Dr. Anthony. It was awesome. I don't know who you're talking about. It might be me, but yes, I was also interviewed by Anthony back in 2022. Let's see. He's in Inner Circles, and I think he's in it for me. Okay. He's a teacher, I believe, but not able to accept fault. Okay. So that was a comment for Juliet. First Quacker live stream. Yes, I believe that you were the first. Okay. Advertised prime rib for $29.99 a pound. That's a ripoff. Yeah, they probably advertise it. I totally believe in your philosophy. Yeah, take advantage of grieving. Fur baby parents charge ridiculous. And you know who owns a lot of the veterinarians now? Private equity. It's all about money. That's it. I got called fat at church on Sunday. I felt devastated. I've lost a lot of weight. I won't give up. Well, anyone that calls you fat in public, there's something wrong here, so consider that a good thing. I haven't had too many people call me skinny. People just don't talk to me. I think a lot of people are just afraid of me. Every time somebody bumps into me at the store, they always say that they're sorry, which I think is kind of cute. Okay, I have info, done watching. Okay. All right, so talking to Erin about her stories. That's good. Great analog on coaching, Rick. Wait a minute. Okay, I skipped a bunch of comments. Why does it always do that? Wow, look at all this. I'm going to have to shift this into overdrive. Carnivore muscles, so good to see you here, dear. Yep. Just opinion. Barry has a lot of info in his library of videos, but is big time about the dollars. Yes. That's what I was saying. I think it's like anything else. He started out, he had a lot of problems. I think his clinic burned down, his house burned down, had a lot of issues. But then he moved to the country, he got kids and his wife, and they start making money. And it's like anything else. Once that money starts coming in, and I think the reason I don't have as high opinion of him as I do with some of the others is because every time I try to contact him, I've never gotten a response, which I think is kind of strange because when you've been a carnivore as long as I have, I've been carnivore longer than him, you don't even respond to the long-term carnivore, you're not thinking about the community. You're thinking about this. You want this. So fine. Go out there and make your money while you can. It's fine. You're not fat? Okay, see? Well, there you go. What Rick said, you're doing better than 99% of it. That is correct. That's correct. Insulin turns to fat, the liver, natural life manage. Yeah. My brother's stuck. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Why would you spend money on a dying animal when you could maybe give it to a friend of yours or invest in somebody you know? If you have that kind of money, maybe one of the people in your family, maybe somebody younger in the family is trying to start a business. Why not invest in that? Why not get the younger animals that are being killed at the animal shelter than spending a ton of money on an old animal that's circling the drain? When I'm circling the drain, I just want to get that heart attack. I'm going to load up on the bacon and steak so I can drop dead and get out of here. We need some of these people that hang on forever. They need to just get out of the way and let the next generation take over. And the thing is, after you've lived your life, no one's going to live forever. So what's left? Well, it comes down to your faith. Do you think that you're just going to be fertilizer? Or do you think that some other entity in the universe is going to remember your life. And again, that depends on the person. But I think it's very selfish for people to spend a lot of money. Now, obviously, if you have a young animal that was injured and you can help it, that's great. But when your animal is beyond its lifespan and you can see it's getting old and falling apart, it's time to start digging and stop going in debt. That's my opinion. Okay, I'm trying not to out-edge him. Yeah, one issue I find with men in general, that's why I prefer to keep my circle small. Well, that's fine. Thankfully, I'm not like that, but that's good. I'm fat, but I feel fine. Not heavy back pain, no meds, no smoking, no alcohol use. See, if you're fat and you feel good otherwise, you're doing better than most people. And slowly but surely, you can reduce the amount of weight. Even if you spend the rest of your life fat. For example, like my friend Russ Mitchell. Russ Mitchell is very fat. We know that. But he's happy. He's a great person. I'm not going to hold it against him because he's fat. I think it's awesome that we have fat people that can be happy and successful. He's more successful than me. So the reality is, yes, it would be nice for everybody to be lean. But if you've done damage to your body years after years after years, you'll be like carnivore Kip Moore, whatever you call him, that's fat. He's been driven to the point where he wants to get surgery for weight loss, which I think is a mistake. But again, if he's able to be healthy, raise his children, whatever, that's fine. Dr. Kiltz even says, it's not the fat that makes you sick. You put on the fat because you're sick. If you can get rid of some of that illness, even if you're carrying around a little extra fat, it's not the end of the world. But anyway, we'll talk about that more as I get through the comments. Okay, I was showing the kids and the cost of things back then. Yes, and you need to educate your kids about the Federal Reserve and how they're the ones that have caused all of this mess. People blame the politicians. They're only part of it. It's the Federal Reserve that makes it possible. And as you know from the beginning, I've been criticizing the Federal Reserve ever since I did my first interview with Joey back in 2022. It's just the way that I am. And we'll talk a little bit about that too as well. Okay, I'll be in the chat a bit longer than usual. I'm not going to the gym as the body isn't playing ball. Well, sometimes you have to take a rest. Jonathan is an example of someone who, despite having a lot of obstacles, has still been successful. And we appreciate you being here. Mental fog is the biggest telltale differentiation. How else do you spend vegans? Yeah, it's true. Why would you eat leaves and stems and seeds when you could eat meat? No longer have diabetes. Well, there you go. How can Milton sleep while you got bacon? Milton doesn't like bacon, believe it or not. I saw the post. Okay. Is that the one about the percentage of what makes a carnivore? I could be wrong. Spent a lot of money on my dog between tooth extraction and benign tumor removed. It's all been worth it. She's 15, doing great. Well, there you go. Some people can do it. I can't. I just don't have that kind of muscle. I mean, don't have that kind of money. Muscle, I don't have that either. I'm skinny. I got no muscle. Skinny arms. But I got enough to be able to do what I need to do. All right. So, how are you? I've spent thousands on her. Her name is Jersey. I even left off the post saying I don't know what I'm doing and I should go back to burgers and fries. Okay. If we do an election for carnivore president, I bet Rick will be the winner. Well, there you go. That would be funny. And what would my promise be? A cow in every house. That would be my promise. If I appreciate the support, if I make an error in my videos, I at least change the description with an edit. I made an error with this. Okay. That's how we learn, yes. I guess it depends on ailment and the cost. Well, there you go. Milton is the star of the show. There we are. Rick for carnivore president. Well, excellent, excellent. New York strips are porterhouse in Australia. They're very good. I like T-bone, which contains part of that. I bet if your dog needs surgery, you keep it gladly. Okay. I genuinely think Rick should be the carnivore president. He should have his own Avenger, a really tall one. I like me Colossus. I always like the villains. Well, Jonathan, you already are. It wouldn't take much. All you have to do is give you a name. You already got the body and everything else to be an Avenger. So it'll be easy for you. You guys haven't seen the Dogman channel. Was fat and drunk and divorced and changed his life with carnivore. Awesome. Yes, you love T-bone, yeah, ribeyes. Exactly. I agree with that. I guess if the outcome was reasonable, I would just do fruit and veggie juices, hoping it would help my health. That's a shame that people believe that. I follow Dogman, tells it like it is. Moved from the city to Arkansas and changed his life completely, and now he's making money on YouTube. Huh. And Social Security disability stopped when IRS saw him on YouTube. Have 8 or 9 feral black Miltons. What's the name of the Dogman's channel? Check him out. Okay. If you live near, I'd take one of those black kittens. So there you go. Huh. So we're talking about another YouTube channel. Interesting. Big Brother is vegetarian. It looks so bad for his age. It is sad. Put one in a box. Mail it to you. Oh, boy. No one holds a candle. Rick has this comment. Oh, as far as content goes, well, thank you. And I don't even have the fancy content. Is free if pay attention. Boston Danny. Hi, Rick and everyone from Boston. Well, hello from Miami, Florida. And there we go. Is he lean? Boxes, look, when they get here, a cat in a box would end up being a wildcat by the time they delivered it. I'm so sorry about you. Doing well and healthy? Okay. I think the premise of how not to die is a bit daft. I would prefer to know how best to live. Yes, we are all alive, present, but still have living complaints, bad health, frustration, stress, etc. That is true. That is very true, Jonathan. I go to physical therapy because I broke my hip in August. Okay. More than half of physical therapy people are overweight or morbidly obese. Well, yeah. And that's the problem. A lot of people that work in the health industry, nurses and so on, are obese and they look terrible. Even a lot of the doctors, especially the older ones, are obese. And to me, that's kind of disrespectful, but I'm not going to hold it against them if they do their best otherwise. Doesn't come across overbearing. I would look into time static contraction and slow burn training. Pair well along. Okay. Good advice from Jonathan, who is a very qualified trainer and nutritionist himself. So I tend to defer to Jonathan's information because it's been proven over time. I think the new coaching trend is going to gain its real space as time goes on. Yeah, probably so. Anyone here have Chihuahua? Nope. Yo quiero Taco Bell? Not me. What is that? Okay. I hate seeing people piss away $200 a month on someone who just handholds their clients but doesn't teach or encourage excellence. We all have a good base of info. Yeah. Love Rick's perspective. Well, thank you, Michael. I agree with that. Great analogy on coaching. In person is so much better too. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Okay. And I will never catch up with these comments today. And I only have, it looks like, well, I have 48 people, but the comments are definitely good. All right. Need to find a job for your millennials. Refinement is a correct word. Things will thin out and the coaches will begin to glean the fields. Yes. I've seen a lot of the phonies leave our space over time. Yes, Jonathan. I've been in the carnivore space online for about 8 years now. I'd estimate 75% move over to expand their reach. Right. By actual health issues they're trying to reverse. That's true. You know, some people for diabetes, some people for obesity, maybe some for inflammation, mental issues. That's true. They're on the space for 3 years. That's good. Mm-hmm. There definitely is. Hey, Jemet48, good morning, Rick, Milton, and Quacks. Good morning. I agree about Diane. Uh-huh. Take care of my old ones. Instead, spend time and energy fostering kittens. There's always more. After Animals had a chance. This is the reason. This is like the carnivore theory. You raise cattle or goats or sheep or whatever. We always concentrate on the young animals, the ducklings, the chicks or whatever, because we want them to grow up. Well, eventually they're going to die. So we select the best for future breeding, and then the others, well, we take them out. They don't know what happened, and the new ones come in to fill their place, and we always have animals around us. So that is very true. I wonder what the real lesson is. Talk about health. Since they don't live as long as humans, and you go through many dogs and cats over the years, always say when they pass, well, you just learn about life, and that's how things are, the so-called circle of life. I love Russ just the way he is. There you go. And Russ is also basically healthy. Yeah. So, for someone to say, well, Russ is fat, we all know he's fat. He admits he's fat. That's not an issue. I joke one time, Russ is fat, but there's a difference about being fat and unhealthy or fat and ugly than just being fat and funny. Because fat and funny, we love that. I don't think there's anyone that doesn't like fat and funny. Okay. We love Russ. He is awesome and he sings. Yes, he does. I respond to every message and email I get, just as I hope others would do the same if I'm in need. It depends on what it is, though, as I don't have energy to have others offload onto me all the time. I agree. I'm lucky I don't get that many emails, so I can manage it pretty well. Success is in the eyes of the beholder. That is true, too. I'm never going to consider an operation to lose weight ever. Good. You shouldn't. The less you cut things up, the better. You don't make things better by cutting them up. You can cut out some bad things, but cutting out stuff you need, not good. All right. I think more lawyers and regulations. Yep. You'd sometimes sound very John Birch Society. I remember John Birch Society. I wonder if they're still around. But yes, I am a libertarian myself, more or less. I am against centralized planning, because centralized planning, I call it centralized failure. A system that has a single point of failure always fails. That's what I believe. And I've seen too many people try to micromanage businesses and even their families, and they end up self-destructing. A tree doesn't have just one root. It has many. Just something that people just don't understand. And we have some good mornings here. I can eat bacon now. Yes. Nice. Are you cooking fried chicken in high heat? I use lard. I mean, it's hot enough to fry it, so I guess I am. And Ellen is here. Good morning, Rick, at Charger Mopar and chat friends. Love you all. Heading out in the 0 degrees tundra to walk. Won't be in chat much. Maybe we'll see you later. Well, I'm very glad. Rick, you're correct in your assumption about the percentage. I believe that, Jonathan. I believe that. And Ellen has a hello there. And Kelly, Broken Carnivore, or the Show Me Homesteader. Good morning, Rick. And although Kelly doesn't say much, because usually when he gets into a live stream, everybody's just talking and talking and talking and talking. He joins in a lot of live streams. And if you haven't subscribed to his channel, look for Kelly Broken Carnivore or look for the Show Me Homesteader. And you can see that he's trying to get his homestead together on a budget. So good for him. I'm the same way. We work on a budget. We do the best that we can. Had a pound of peel and eat Cajun-style shrimp dipped in lots of warm melted butter for dinner last night. That's it. Keep that seafood going. It's good for you. All right. So we have some good mornings here. And it skipped ahead again, which I'm getting closer. I'll get there. Question. I was so sad about Bill not getting his channel hacked. I know Carrie will help him, but makes me leery of social media and AI. We can talk about it, and we're going to. But the thing is, like I mentioned in my Ride and Talk video, Bill Knott is not alone. He's got Carrie. Carrie is attached to him, and Carrie is a doer, and he will fix the problem. He will help him in any way possible. I know what Carrie will do. And again, it's sad what happened to Bill, but it's a lesson for all of us, which I'm going to talk about a little bit today once I catch up with the comments. But I'm glad you brought that up. All right. I'm walking a dog for Russians this morning. We don't take off for cold. Well, there you go. Yes, it is. Okay. So we got some more good mornings here. Yeah, good morning to Peter. And we got that. Good morning, and good morning. One thing I like about commenting on Rick's channel, you never get chastised for saying what you think. But that's the thing. My channel is about community. It's not about convincing anybody of anything, because I can't convince myself of anything. How am I going to do it to anyone? Question. Russell Brand over here in England is approaching a more carnivore-based approach. Do you think it's ever possible that it would be seen generally as a health-promoting approach to diet? It depends. If they can make money out of carnivore products, yes. But if they can't make money out of it, because you got to remember, the current monetary system is based on increasing debt and based on inflation. If they can find a way to make money off of it, they will push it. But I do believe, in my humble opinion, that duck food is always going to be cheaper than meat, and duck food is easier to make addictive than meat. So I don't think the carnivore diet will ever be seen as health promoting. However, I do believe that they're going to start pushing a whole foods diet. And I could see, like my ex-vegan friend, where a carnivore-based diet, or in other words, a meat-based diet, could be pushed as a healthful diet. Yes, but I don't think it's going to be mainstream in our lifetime. But, I could be wrong. 71 degrees at 7 a.m. when I walk my dog, going up to almost 80 today. Yeah, that is true. Well, my air conditioner is actually off, so that's kind of rare for me. But I'm sure it'll be hot again. I got my windows open. See how long that lasts. That's so cold. Yes, it is. Sad about Bill. I won't give info on my social media. Yeah. And again, I want to talk a little bit about this, how you can protect yourself from that happening, because it's never happened to me. I've never been hacked. And I've been in computers since the 1980s when I was using DOS. I was using CPM. I had an IBM XT. I had a K-Pro, which I still have in my junk collection. Maybe one day I'll dig that out if it hasn't rusted to nothing. That sounds wonderful. I'm living in the wrong state. I'm going to get south yet. Okay. Make room for me. We're already out of room in Florida, but there's a lot of other places you can go to. Reminds me of John Candy, fat and funny. There you go. Russ is a warm, loving person. Yes, he is. And he was the one that made possible for me to go to Hack to Your Health. So Russ, he puts his money where his mouth is. Russ is not one of the BS people. He's a real deal. So, and I don't want nobody making fun of my friend Russ, because not only will they have to deal with him, but they'll have to deal with me. Nice walking weather? Well, it is right now. When it's 90 degrees, it ain't nice weather. Yes, Russ, a living person. That is correct. Any stepdads in the chat? Good question. Are you still in the chat? All right. Let's see. I enjoy Kelly's channel. Well, I'm glad that you're watching it. It's crazy how channels get hijacked like that. Yeah. Thanks, Rick School. Thank you. And let's see. People hate carnivores so much. The amount of ignorance is astounding. Well, that will change, I think. Love him. Russell Brand, many songs about the dollar, and they will platform on what they can. Yes. They're always looking for the latest trend. Really appreciate how you read and respond to all the comments. That is how my channel started, and it will always be that way. What I'm going to do, when I want to cover my own subject, I'm going to make edited videos, 10 to 15 minutes. But whenever I have a live stream, it's about you, not about me. All right, showered, ready to go, but I still have 20 minutes to enjoy. Well, I'm glad that you're here. I joined a dating application recently. One bird literally turned me down because of her dietary beliefs. Must be a vegan gal, I'll tell you. One bird. Sounds like an Austin Powers thing. And Juliet says, a vegan, I'm sure, Jonathan. Well, there you go. No great loss. That is true. That's the one thing I will never do is a dating site, because it's one of those things where you put a lot of effort for no return. I saw your comment and Rick's comment on the video. What the person doesn't realize, we are all animals. We just happen to walk and talk, play with black mirrors with LED black lights on them. Well, there are no LEDs in my house. In fact, this is what I use for light. I got these when I used to work for an electrical company that did traffic signal work. So I have tons of these bulbs. Every bulb in my house is one of these. They range from 60 watt to 135 watt. And I've never had to change a light bulb. In fact, I replaced all the light bulbs in here when my parents were here back in the 1990s when I worked over there in 93. Not one of these bulbs has gone bad. Isn't that amazing? So they want us to save energy, but in the long run, we're actually spending more energy. All those trips to the store, all that energy to make those stupid LED things, and the neon lights in my house, which are red, I built those in the 80s. They still work. So it's just a bunch of nonsense. The thing is, a lot of people want bright light. This is the thing. When I went to school, our cafeteria had light bulbs. You go into a school cafeteria now, they have those horrible fluorescent or LED, and I hate the thing I hate the most are recessed lights. I really hate those stupid things, those square and rectangular things with those ugly drop ceilings with the grid that's exposed, or even worse, where you just paint the structure of the building black and you put these stupid lights in there. It looks like crap. I hate those ugly things, and they give me a headache. Instead of having a white ceiling with some nice light fixtures that have light bulbs in them, and if they are fluorescent, they need to be down where you have light going up to the top and to the bottom like I have in my shop, and they work a lot better. But nope. But you know what? That's something that I can help change. I want to bring back that mid-century look, and the stuff that came before it, the classical, the neoclassical, the mid-century modern. I want that coming back, and I want to get rid of this minimalist crap. I'm sick and tired of it. The black, white, and gray, the stripped-down, cheap crap, everything painted, and those ridiculous signs that say live, laugh, and love. I hate those stupid things. Why do you put that crap on your wall? If you want to put stuff on your wall, put bricks, stones, or just put some bookcases. Put some books in there. I don't understand it. Or get some real artwork. There's so many people out there that have artistic ability, and you put this formulaic crap, I don't know. I'm just sick and tired of it. I hate to say it, but that's okay. I'm still here, and until I have my heart attack, I will be protesting the system. All right, so let's see. Good luck on the dating apps. I found most men love that I eat meat and eat carnivore. Well, there you go. Well, guys tend to be more carnivore. Women, they tend to be more of the vegan thing. And if you're asexual like me, you're wasting your time on a date, that's for sure. Good luck on the dating apps, all right? Absolutely, guys. I didn't feel offended, but she had 2 children that I felt sorry for. They don't know any better, and they're already being indoctrinated. Well, that's a shame. What can you do? You do the best you can. Good morning from cold, snowy Illinois, and retired Rick has returned, where we got lots of snow and more coming down as I speak. Well, there you go. I didn't catch your Wednesday live stream because it was at the same time as the Brian and Johnny live stream. I cannot keep up with the live streams, and I have to admit, I do the best I can, but it's just crazy. These channels are already dating sites, so to speak. We are always trying to get Peter hooked up again. Well, I don't know. There comes a time when dating is just a waste of time. It's a rigged game. Everybody wants to meet somebody better than them, so in the end, everybody has to settle for what they don't really want, so what's the point, right? A real light, yeah, this is what I use. All my light bulbs are incandescent or neon. I do have neon lights that I made, and when I have my new place, I'll have more neon. I used to have neon outside. My house used to look like a Las Vegas hotel. I had so much neon. But, That's okay. What guy wants to see his date pick at a salad for dinner because she starves to lose weight? I hate to say it, but I'd rather have a girlfriend that looked like Dr. Baker with the big muscles. That way I don't have to worry. I don't have to worry about, oh, I'm too fat. I'm too fat. I'm like, you get your girlfriend, a girlfriend that can beat you at arm wrestling. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, sure. You got your girlfriend, you're trying to see who can squeeze each other's hand harder. It's like, what is that? That's Rick's girlfriend. She's crazy. All right. And hello to retired Rick. I've all but given up. Yes. It's not worth it. It's just so much work for nothing. Over here, it's a battle between explaining my physical limitations versus dietary habits. I'm not easy to date, but fortunately, I'm a respectable person. Fortunately, more stoic. Thanks, carnivore. Well, that's great. I'm sure you'll find somebody, Jonathan. I'm sure there's a gal out there that can't resist someone that's as unusual as you are. All right, there we go. And great bulbs, Rick. Yes, I use Durotest light bulbs. That's the only brand I use. So if you're out there, you should sponsor my channel so I could sell your light bulbs. But then again, you already got plenty of money selling them for all the traffic lights because all the traffic lights are still incandescent bulbs. They tried LED. Guess what? They didn't last. The LED traffic lights, they're not around anymore. They were a big deal 15 years ago. But now I can ride around town. I haven't seen a single one. The walk lights are LED. Traffic lights are not. Okay, so we have Ellen. Our water is off today due to some kind of emergency leak. Fluorescent lights suck the life out of you. They can, but I do use them during the day in the shop, and I have no problems. In my bedroom, I have one when I use that as a shop, but I also have the old incandescent light, which I can switch easily with the switch. In fact, all the lights here, they use the, what did they used to call that? The X10 system. X10 system does not work with fluorescent lights, and it does not work with LED lights. It only works with incandescent. That's one of the reasons why people got rid of these. So at any time, I can turn off, see, my incandescent lights and turn them on. Now, I tried the LED bulbs. I thought I was going to save a bunch of money on my electric bill. You know how much money I saved on the electric bill? $3. I saved $3 by using those little curly fluorescent light bulbs. Was that worth it? No. Because one of the stupid things burned out in that month. So I had to spend the $3 to get another stupid light bulb. Then I had to dump the thing, which had mercury in it. I'm sure that contaminated the environment. So now there's a little bit of mercury sitting at the bottom of a landfill because I tried to save money. And after about 3 months of tinkering with those stupid fluorescent bulbs, I found out that I didn't sleep as well and I couldn't see as well. Even though the light was brighter, I couldn't see things as detailed. So colors looked weird. So I said, you know what? Forget it. I went back to my bucket of Durotest bulbs, put them all back into the lights, and that was it. My technique for saving energy is very simple. Unless I'm doing a live stream, I don't use any light during the day, except in the shop, which doesn't have a lot of windows. So my technique to save energy is to use less light. And at night, I turn off most of the lights. I switch to neon, unless I'm doing a live stream. Normally, when I'm not doing a live stream, the only light you'll see in here is red neon light. And when I go to bed, the lights are out. My room has zero light, except for the LED clock, which is red, which is on the very top of the window, and that's it. And I've done this for years. I don't use an alarm clock. I get up every single day at the same basic time, go to bed around the same time, eat. I came into a pattern that really works for me. Now, I don't think everybody can do that, but it works for me. Oh, you do well. I'm proud of you for trying. Yes, Jonathan, we are proud of what he's been able to do. And we have there, off to the farmer's market. Awesome, awesome. Fluorescent lights. The minute I go into Walmart, my eyes get blurry. Yeah, well, a lot of it is just the way they are. Rick, YouTube is not what it was years ago. I know that. I started in 2007. It's getting so weird. I fear the future of YouTube. Everyone gives all their information. There's no privacy anymore. Yep. Fluorescent LEDs, so much flicker, I think makes a lot of people sick and crazy. The funny thing is, I have neon light, which is supposed to flicker also, but it doesn't bother me. I like the neon myself. I always look like I'm wearing sunglasses all day, blue blockers. Okay. I am so far behind today. What in the world am I doing? My university was much easier. The demographic where I live now has an average age of 80 plus. No joke. The average person knocking around is 80 plus. They're the only ones that can probably still afford to live there. Day without water is a nightmare here. I have well water. I also have city water, but I don't use it that much. My water bill, I mean, I basically use no water. They just charge me money for the service. No water when you have kids with poop hand is important. Okay. My realistic art. Yeah. Put on your walls showing good taste and refinement. That's right. Buy her art. Don't buy that crap that says live, what is it? Live, laugh, love, or whatever stupid. I hate that stupid thing. Live, laugh, lay down, suppress the fire. First time I've heard you share with others about your sexuality. I'm sincerely proud of you. It takes courage to open up with your differences openly. I hope it encourages others. Yes. Well, I haven't really been hiding any of it. I mean, it's just, that's the way that I am. We like what we like. And your average gal, especially vegan gals, they are not my thing. You know, I'd rather have somebody more similar. They say that opposites attract, but I tend to like similar. I'm more, I don't really care for opposites myself. That's all. Neon moon, there we go. Love that, yes. You want to date? Go to your church. Always a bunch of homely ladies that can cook. And the problem is they cook duck food, and they'll try to stick you with duck food, and you'll be waddling around and whack, 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 whack. You're breathing hard like a Muscovy duck. Eating all that duck food. You'll have flat feet like a duck. I hope you'll find some time. I think I found a nice guy. It's still early days. Nice, nice. Oh, that church food. Yeah. It's like when they have the yard sale at the church over here. They're selling duck food. What do churches always have? A bake sale. If I had a church, it'd be a steak sale. Can you imagine Rick's? Oh, boy. You wouldn't want to have a church that... It's Rick's church. You have a parking lot full of antique cars. You have a bunch of people there with greased down hair that look like they just came out of Leave It to Beaver. And we're going to have a church barbecue. And you see the big barbecue in the back. And there's a cow in there, you know, that's all cut up in the cooler. All right, it's time for the church sale. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to prepare that steak. And the steaks are sizzling. You got bacon. You got duck. Got all that good stuff. And people drive by. It's like, boy, there's a barbecue place around here somewhere, but I don't see it. Where's the barbecue place? There's a church over there. Oh, I think the church is on fire. There's smoke coming out of the back of the church. And you look, you see out there in the parking lot, big old barbecue. Everyone's cooking out there and having a great time. So praise the Lord and pass the steak. Okay, if you do find a partner, make sure they are metabolically healthy. So you don't end up doing hospice for them like I am right now, caring for my ex dying from liver cancer. Yeah, you definitely don't want that. When a vegan try to convince me, I reply and say, if you jump in the water for your beliefs, do I really need to jump in after you? Good point. Let's see. Question. Have you ever lifted a short person up in a grocery store so they could pick something up from the shelf? No, but I've had many short people ask me to get it for them. When I go to the store, they always have this little sign that says, ask for assistance with items on the top shelf. The 2 or 3 times a year I go to Walmart to buy oil, they always put the big container up top. And I reach up there and get it. And I'll never forget one time, one of the ladies that was working at the Walmart, she was pushing this little, like a ladder thing. It's like a ladder on wheels, and then you step on the step to hold it down. So she's over there trying to help these people. And then, you know, I go over there and pick it off, And she looks at me and she said something like, and I forget what it was. It was in Spanish, but I don't remember the exact term. But it came down to, so what else? How'd she put it? I forget. But really what it was is, I wish everyone was like you, basically. I don't remember the exact words. She looked at me and I'm like, okay. Because for me, it's like Home Depot. Home Depot's the same way. A lot of times they don't have it. I reach up and I'll get stuff that other people can't reach. But no, I've never had anybody ask me to pick them up from the top shelf. I've seen people stand in the shopping cart, which is not a good idea. That's a good way to end up in the hospital. LOL, good one. Yep. So true. I take my son Isaac when I go shopping to lift the stuff off the top shelf. There you go. Hopefully you'll find a nice carnivore or a keto girl. Well, we'll see. There aren't that many out there. Always have to help short people in grocery stores reach stuff. I don't mind. Yeah, there you go. And realize, out of everybody in this carnivore community, I'm pretty confident that I'm the tallest. When I saw that I was taller than Dr. Sean Baker, I realized that I am definitely a unique person in the community. And even though I call myself skinny and weak, I have to remind myself, even though I look like a toothpick, I'm actually 195 pounds. So I'm not exactly a pushover. I'm not the kind of person that just the wind blows and they fall over. I mean, I pick up engine blocks and stuff like that. So they can be skinnier or fatter than me, as long as they're intelligent, thoughtful, and concerned about their own health. I am, and I lost, okay, let me go back. I have to keep jumping ahead on these comments because, okay, here we go. And concerned about their own health. I'm not too dependent currently, thankfully. That's good. I hope you do find someone because you're a kind, caring person. Yes. Like your sit-down video about carnivore diet. Okay. I haven't seen that. I'll have to check that out. There's a hen laying at Abel in the front porch. Now I'm using it to my ears. Okay. Laying eggs? Me personally, I love a woman. Yeah, I love a woman with muscles. That is very true. I'd rather have someone with muscles than someone who is a blob. That is very, very, very true. Front porch delivery. Yeah, the eggs. $3 is $3. Okay, so, and I see the chicken. There we are. Thank you, sweetheart. That means a lot. That's why I stopped live streams except Sunday with Doug. There are too many. It's hard to keep up. That is right. When you start incubating again, I like your pretty dress. I'm not allowed until I can keep my chickens controlled. There you go. I'm dropping out of the system. Hey, that's what I did a long time ago. Usually around the springtime, morning errand. I like that. Maybe bacon and eggs recently, yes. I watch Rick for a few hours if I'm not at the gym. Bart in the evening on Saturday also. Now Julia and Doug on Sunday. UK Carnivores on Sunday nights. That's what you got to do. You do what you can. There's not enough time to watch everyone. LED spectrum is not natural. Saving energy at the expense of your health because we're wired for the spectrum closer to the sun. That is true. Need to fill in. Yeah, that's true. I haven't seen his live streams lately. I guess I might either be watching another or I might be out working. Who knows? Completely correct. I lose track because a lot of times I just turn the computer on when I'm doing something else. If something catches my attention, I'll run to the keyboard and type it in. 42 years old and got pregnant after giving up. Oh. Feel guilty if I miss channels. There's so many. It's not your fault, Rick. People are talkative this morning for sure. When Jerry stops her car and reads all the comments after a drive, that is cute. Yeah. Okay. I get a lot of compliments from that dress. There we go. My husband is the opposite. If we were both the same, it would be boring. So some people do like opposites. Richard doesn't have 1,000 people on his lives. Is mind-boggling to me. Credible scientist. Well, that's true. But I guess the carnivore live streams aren't going to have that many anyway. I mean, even though he does have a lot of experience. That is very true. Brother and sister-in-law have a lengthy time having a child. Carnivore community. Yeah, the reason I'm alive today. Awesome. Yes. Yes, Jonathan. I was minutes away as of March 27th this past year. Well, I'm glad that we can help you, Jonathan. Carnivore blonde. Well, I mean, blondes are the best, in my opinion, when it comes to tractors. So I guess that's an opposite right there. I'm dark-haired. Blondes are awesome, but dark-haired's nice too. Whatever. Okay, I can eat a lot of meat, but at least I can eat bacon now. Yes. From being a goner, I had no support or anyone to turn to in my near vicinity. My friends online know who they are, and I'll always be grateful to them. One of them is Vignew, as you'll see. Yes, I haven't seen him in a while. Interesting. That sounds awful. Routinely comments on my channel. I used to comment on your channel all the time until your channel blocked me. But you can fix that when you want. Where I live, the Mennonites are very thin, trim, lovely people. We used to have Mennonites here, but they were all kind of heavy. They used to wear the Amish-style clothing, and they drove black Cadillacs, and some of them were quite heavy. They used to go to the Sweden House smorgasbord when I was a kid. We never really had Amish here because Florida is way too hot for the Amish. They can't survive here. The men in my church can't cook steak at all. The meat was well done. Well, they need to learn. Yes. Time to find a different church. This is why I'm adamant trying to push carnivore towards artistic folks. My opportunities to do this have been taken away from me time and time again. I often imagine that baby Jonathan's out. If Rick worked for Walmart, he'd be the guy that could get stuff without using a forklift. There you go. I used to do that when we had more business in the warehouse. And there won't have knowledge about the diet and won't cope in society. My hope is for more research into the mechanisms around autism and the carnivore diet neurodivergent folk stand to achieve. Yes. Okay. Oh, you were not subscribed to Jonathan? Well, I'm glad that Jonathan was here. You got a new subscriber. And he continues the most with a carnivore diet. I am very militant with this goal. I won't be stopped. But again, Jonathan speaks from experience. Not only is he a champion bodybuilder and nutritionist and expert and trainer, but he's also dealing with his own personal issues with neurodivergence and has done a very good job. And the thing is, this is despite being injured for no reason because somebody just wanted to get him, and then having the medical system try and fix it and not really helping and just making things worse. But Jonathan has definitely made the best out of a bad situation, and I'm really hoping that in the future he will find relief. And once he can find relief to that chronic pain, then I think nothing's going to stop him, because Jonathan, like a lot of us, is basically what I would consider to be either a trendsetter or somebody who is the mover, the person that continues to move and won't give up. And I really wish that more people were like that. I'm like that too. I never give up. I keep trying to do the best I can with what little I have. And I do somehow survive. When you give up, that's the time when you start to die. It's like when my parents got old. I told them, don't give up. But they give up. They get old. Oh, I'm getting old. I can't do this. I'm like, Dad, eat a steak. Have another steak. Nope, can't do it. Oh, well. You basically flush the toilet yourself. Me, I cut the chain off of the toilet. So no one's going to be able to flush the toilet on me until they open up the tank, pull the plunger, and then it's all going to just come down. They're going to have to take that toilet and break it with a hammer because I'm not going to let them flush it. I'll fight that to the very end. That's just the way that I am. All right. I got a hello there. Up. Come on. I'll get you eventually. You will learn a lot. Yes. All right. I still can't open my mouth. Yeah, well, you'll get there as you heal. You'll get there. Okay, and you are very unique, Rick. Well, so are you. The Booby Goats channel has no equal, just like Charger Mopar has no equal. There's nobody on YouTube that's anyone like me. A lot of people are formulaic, but I'm the exception to all rules. And I have, it looks like, 45 people, so we have a few less, but we're still doing good. Cheers, retired Rick. I encourage you to look through. Yeah, that's right. If you haven't subscribed to Jonathan's channel, Carnivore Muscle, you should. And again, I've known him since he started his channel, so I was interviewed by Jonathan. I've been on a few of his lives as well, so check it out. You can see earlier me, which is very interesting. All right. People ask me to help get stuff at 5'2". Oh, well, you got a lot of people from other countries that are very short. We have that here too. Yep. You betcha, Jonathan. There we are. I wake up each day with furious motivation, but I have to. I am very dutiful, as most autistic individuals can't communicate how I can. Albeit I'm not great, I do more than most. Yes, you do. I've stalled long enough. Off to work. Love you guys. We'll tune in when I get back. Well, if we're still here, we will say hello again. I love Dr. Anthony's live streams. He's very motivating. Yes, he is. And Anthony is very caring. Why is Miami so lame? I'll tell you why. Because Miami is based on easy money. Miami was not lame when I was a kid. But once the drug money hit in the 1980s, Miami's been all about money laundering and easy money. So Miami's official saying should be less for more. That's what Miami represents. You get less, you pay more. That's Miami. And that trend has gone everywhere. You can see it in places like New York City, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, all those places. Less for more. You're going to get less for more of your time and more of your life. That's why Miami's so lame. And it's all about how can we make things as expensive as possible with the least amount of effort as possible. And that's what you get. You get less for more. That's why Miami is so lame. But it wasn't always that way. In fact, before I was born, it was even better. The thing about Miami, the further back you go in time, the better it was. Did you reach the top shelf? Okay. Good riddance, Juliet. Have a good time and earn some dough. Okay, there you go. Agree about so many channels. I'm busy with Christmas live. What's your pay? Yeah, I try, but I can't see all of them. Bye, dear. Take care. Have a great day. Found that I've subscribed too many channels. I'm in the process of concentrating them down. That's a good idea. Dr. JV is awesome, easy on the eyes. I know a lot of the female carnivores. They really think that Dr. JV is very attractive. And I haven't met him in person. I suppose he's attractive. But then again, I don't know. He's okay. But whatever you like is great. Terry Same, hey Jamet. I'm only subscribed to 2 channels, Mitch and Carrie. And yet you're here, so that's good. I'm subscribed to over 2,000 YouTube channels. I don't even know how many I'm. Coaches need others to continue to promote them, like Dr. Barry and Kiltz. They need to promote from their channels if someone has taken their class. That's a good point. If you're paying all that money for their class, they should promote. He's very handsome, but his heart is more beautiful. I guess you're talking about Dr. Chafee. And Jonathan says Chafee is an excellent resource and human being. He's helped me a lot. I try to keep my requests from him limited, as he's so forgiving with his time and energy. And that's the way I feel about everybody. I never ask anyone for anything because I know that there's just too many people out there that are constantly bothering them. I mean, I'm only paying for membership for okay. Membership, there you go. You were also given a membership on Hump Day. I saw that. And you will see me. I've already commented on your members' videos, as you can see. Peter Only Mitch for me. There you go. There's a lot of people who go crazy when you suggest carnivore for any serious health issues. It's really stupid. Thanks so much, Rick. You're on my hit list of people to visit right at the top. Well, I appreciate that, Jonathan. Although, don't scare me away. I might be afraid of you. Just kidding. Just picked up my rib roast, $8.99 a pound. Well, there you go. I believe instead of saying the word carnivore, we should be used meat-based, less off-putting. Yeah, that's a good point. I rarely use the term carnivore, honestly. I just tell people I don't eat duck food. That's all. I don't want to eat duck food. I eat real food. I'll eat certain fruits in season, but I'm not going to eat anything made from seeds because I'm not a bird. Birds eat seeds. I'm not a bird. Simple. Well, thank you. Glad that you do. When people question me, I ask them what foods cavemen and women used to eat. Was it primarily fatty red meat and fish? They hunted fish Or was it baked of fruits, veg, and grains? That is very true. Rick doesn't use toilet paper. And, let's see. Okay, where we go? There we go. And we have to open the toilet, talk to flush. I'm laughing out my coffee. There you go. The words I can't do that are never in my vocabulary. I learned how to have heart attack chicken, and I saw you make it. It looked good. Now, by the way, the earliest video that I found of somebody making heart attack chicken was Dustin, Keto Simple. And he was getting it from the Butter Bob Briggs channel. And that was like 8 years ago. So Dustin is actually one of the pioneers. I never cooked when I first went on YouTube. I didn't even think my diet was anything special. It's just what I ate. Yes, his heart is beautiful. Okay, that's Anthony. That's an excellent argument. And apologies it took so long. But I found you amongst my 300 plus person block list. I got to be more careful with my button pressing. I knew it was some kind of mishap because for at least a couple of months, I always comment on your channel. And when you see me not commenting, you're probably thinking, why isn't Rick commenting? Well, Rick got blocked. Miami was probably lit pre-Castro. Well, I wasn't around, but my dad told me Miami was awesome. And my mom told me the same thing. They came here in the 50s. That was before Castro took over Cuba. But even when the Cubans came, it wasn't that bad. The turning point was 1980. That's when the drug money poured in this place. And they turned Miami from sort of a tourist and agricultural town to a money laundering center of the world. And now when you look at downtown Miami, it is the most depressing place you've ever seen. I was going there to get my friend to the Port of Miami. The next time I go downtown, I'm going to take my bus pass, I'm going to take my camera, and I'm going to make a video of why I hate the city of Miami so much. And all these stupid influencers with their crappy, rented, stupid cars and living in them ugly apartments. And it's just a really depressing place. And the only place that still is nice is the last remaining building, which is the Freedom Tower, which is only standing there because they use it as a processing place for the Cubans. If the Cubans never would have come here, the Freedom Tower wouldn't be there. Of course, maybe the rest of the city would still be here. I don't know. But what happened to Miami is a disgrace. And I hate to say it, the only way Miami's going to get better is a Category 5 hurricane or a nuclear war. And I hate to say it, that's not a good thing. Other than my own carnivore GP, Dr. Anthony is my favorite carnivore doctor. Rick, healthy is attractive. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Peter, and what is their response? I gave a try to talk to neighbors and friends about carnivore, as they don't care. Okay, well, that's good. That's good. A morbidly obese doctor now, you see. Okay, so be embarrassed to be obese. Yeah, the last time I went to a doctor in 96, he was obese as well. He was breathing hard, just trying to tell me how unhealthy I was. And, of course, you know that I had to give him the Rick rant. I thought I was straight before I watched Dr. Chafee. Well, that's interesting. I mean, Dr. Chafee is reasonably attractive, but I don't find him that attractive. I mean, there's other doctors that are more attractive. I think that Dr. Baker is probably more attractive than Anthony Chafee. I could be wrong. That's just the way that I feel. Old pictures of Miami look like post-war Americans. Yeah, very clean-looking place. When I'm on Google Maps, it looks like a moldy dump now. And it is. Miami is a dump. A dump. You have the overpriced high-rises, and the places where people actually live are trashy. I can show you some of them. Some of these places in Miami are like a third world country. And yet, think about it. You can pay $500,000 to live in basically a dumpster. That's what it is. It's pretty sad. 1,000 day of being meat based. Awesome, Lewis. Awesome. Why do I hear a car? Oh. Huh. I got somebody coming here. Hold on. Okay. All right. Let's see. Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, well, well. All right. Okay. Very, very. Whoa. Watch out. All right. There we go. Look at that. Milton. Oh, Milton. No, no. There's my Milton. There's my Milton. Okay, Mr. Milton. Well, that is really, really good. Right, there we go. Okay. Well, it appears that some of the great... Milton! Someone was nice enough to send me some goodies. And that's one of the great things about having a large window. Now, I do have the address on my house, but no one can see it, I guess, because of the tree. So what we have here, first of all, ground meat. I haven't had this in a while, so this is a real treat. And we have some more bacon, which is awesome. And best of all, look at this. Oh, boy. We have lots of eggs. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and put this in the refrigerator. Right, Milton? Look at Milton. Hey, Milton. Milton. Come on. Milton. What do you want, Milton? Come on. All right. I love my little Milton. Yes, I do. So I'm going to go ahead and put you on... Let me give you some music while I put this away, and I'll return. So whoever did this, thank you so much, and I will see you in a few. Give me a little bit of time here. All right. Well, that was a very nice surprise. Someone sent me a box of eggs, ground meat, and bacon. So we'll be eating good. I have some raw ground beef for Milton. Look at Milton. He's looking at me like he saw the tube of ground beef. He was all over it. So you're going to be getting some of that. I make myself a heart attack burger to celebrate. So that's going to be great. So again, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Anyway, let me go back to the comments and let's see if I can catch up. That was a great distraction. I've always liked the Cuban. Well, this is the reason why my parents called me Ricky Ricardo. What? So I use the name interchangeably. Richard is the name that I use in school most of the time. When I was a kid, there was sort of a bias against Cubans for a while, but then there was also the time when they were looked at as celebrities. My dad told me when he first came here from Cuba in the early 50s, he was in South Dakota to go to college. And over there in the Midwest, everybody loved the Cubans. They thought that they were like Ricky Ricardo, I Love Lucy. So it was a really good thing. Now, in the 1980s, you had all the drug movies. You had Scarface and all this other stuff. So I think the opinion of the Cubans went down. But Cubans are like anybody else. You got the good ones and you got the bad ones. It's just when you have a mass migration of people, it degrades the society. And that's what happened here. When they first came out in the 1960s, it was a mass migration, but it was different because the corruption and the economic problems in Cuba caused them to vote for that idiot or whatever, that dictator. And then when things got really bad, the people that were trying to get something for nothing, they started leaving. Plus the people who were persecuted. So it was like a mix of things. They called it the Mariel boat lift, or we call them Marielitos. And they were of a lower class or a lower background than the first group that came here. But of course, Cuba is a very corrupt place. A lot of the Cubans here, they brought their corruption with them. That's why the government is so corrupt. They got so many dirty deals. But I think that's true everywhere. So, and again, I'm part Cuban myself. And I have a lot of my friends. I'd say half of the friends I grew up with were from Cuban families. It was very, very common. Even in Westwood Lakes, we had a mix of people. We had the Southerners, the rednecks. We had Cubans. We had people from Central America, like Costa Rica. We had some Puerto Ricans, which are Americans, basically. And the Puerto Ricans, they were more into speaking English. The Cubans, the grandmother and all that, they spoke Spanish. The kids always spoke English. When I was growing up, that was like the thing to do. But after the 1980s, there was no reason to speak English anymore. And today, the vast majority of migrants here don't speak English. It's just common. But when you were a kid growing up here, everybody wanted to speak English. That was kind of the culture. The meat-based diet that's popular included a lot of fruit. Maybe zero carb is a term we should use. That is true. That's awesome. Lewis, congratulate on 1K. Yeah. It's more than 3 years. And Lewis lost so much weight and got so much healthier, and he can stay around and take care of his kitty cats. You're not alone. He is certainly above average. He is about 2 inches taller than me, athletic build, and proportionate. I guess you're talking about Anthony Chafee. Anthony seems to be well liked by the gals, and I'm sure some of the guys like him too. I mean, it's rare, but there's some of the guys in the carnivore community that they like. They're not really into women. I mean, I'm not into women either, but I'm not quite to the extreme that some of them are. And they probably like Dr. Chafee. I mean, I think Dr. Chafee is a nice person, but I don't see him as being outstandingly attractive. I could be wrong, but hey. What I like about Dr. Chafee is how he takes time. And when I first discovered him on the internet, he didn't even have 20,000 subscribers. And he spent so much time. I know Dr. Baker was more popular than him at the time. Of course, Dr. Barry and all those people. And Anthony popped up, and he was definitely more concerned. And who was the very first doctor to interview me? Anthony Chafee. And he knows who I am. Many times he'll say, "Hi, Rick," when I go into his live streams. I'm a moderator in his group as well. So, yeah, Anthony is definitely, he's, in my opinion, high quality. High quality. I'll say that. The war on drugs really meant when the FBI partnered with a drug lord. Yeah, exactly. You get rid of the competition, then they can take their kickback. Rick is the original carnivore decades. Well, I'm not the original carnivore, but I've been carnivore longer than anybody else that's an active YouTuber. Chafee kind of, and Adonis. Oh, there you go. I think people like Chafee's blue eyes and decent body. Yeah, sure. He's a good-looking guy, no question about it. Looks better than me, that's for sure. Lucille Ball saved Star Trek. Yeah, that's right. True story. Yep, they're the ones that came up with that show. I've been so busy with Christmas, missed so many lives. I miss Mitch in the morning. What, Milton? What? What? What do you want, Milton? Huh? You good, pet? Oh, Milton, you're a sweetheart. Classic I Love Lucy. Yes, it is. Oh, the episode with Steve Reeves. Yeah, I remember that bodybuilder. And, of course, with Lucy and Ethel in the candy factory. That's a very popular one in the candy factory. Vita Vita Veg. And one time, I think Lucy was trying to speak Spanish, but she ended up calling somebody fat. Macha Gracia or something. I forget what it was. For helping your mom, as so many are left alone or put in a home. Well, I did the same thing with my mom and dad. I took care of them until they kicked the bucket, and they're in the box. Their box of ashes sits right under my TV, one on each side. What is it, Milton? Crazy cat. Okay, let's see. The in female actually has, thin female, I guess, has no idea what she is attracted to, the in female. They just follow the crowd blindly, waiting at the finish line. I'm not a cougar. Chafee is just a kid to me. Well, there you go. I agree. And we have some comments in Grandma's Crochet Corner. Oh, Chafee is so cute. Yes. Rick, Chafee is better looking than Baker. But your type is Baker with a blonde wig. Well, at that point, another one that's good looking would be Dr. Paul Mason. That's another one nobody ever talks about. He's pretty good looking, but nobody talks about him. Milton, what do you want? Got to feed the dogs and puppies, but I'll be back. Well, there you go. I will be in and out finishing up the work on the last quarters of deer. Well, that's good. I'm glad you got them. That's some good meat right there. All retired Rick. Milton wants hamburger. Okay, now let me see all the comments I missed here when this thing jumped ahead. So, I bought a prime rib yesterday for Christmas, sitting in the freezer looking expensively pretty. Yes. I tried a new method of cooking from cold oven. Hope it works for the price. And we have a question. You have a youthful complexion for someone that has not had the easiest life. What proportion would you say is genetic versus lifestyle versus diet versus being a quack? Genetics would be the hair. My dad always had hair until the day he died, but his skin was a lot more sun damaged than mine. I think the skin is definitely diet. It has to be, because I spend a lot of time working outside. I've dug a lot of ditches. I've worked on a lot of equipment. I've never moisturized or done any of those things. And as you can see, I have some wrinkles, which is normal for a 57-year-old, but I have a full head of hair. I think that's genetic. And also lifestyle. I don't stress myself. I try to keep the stress level down. My teeth are crooked, as you can see, but the upper ones grew in straight. I think that was because of the diet. But yes, I look pretty good for someone who's 57. I've been looking for other 57-year-olds, and nobody looks younger than me. So that's pretty good. There is a guy that I watch that makes videos. He talks about longevity. I think his name is Andrew Kolosko, and he works out, but he's been a bodybuilder his whole life, and he dyes his hair. But he looks pretty good, and he's 58. I believe he's a year older than me. And, Dr. Baker is about a year and a half older than me. I saw him in person. He doesn't look too bad. But yes, my skin does look a lot younger than his, but he has a much better body. So, I mean, it's hard to say. And being a quack is definitely part of the low stress lifestyle. And I think being a quack, it keeps me from getting really sick. And I've never had any infections. I've never had to use antibiotics. So I think being a quack has also helped as well. But that's a good question, Jonathan. I also like Dr. Barry, as he's the first one I saw, besides Dr. Berg and Peterson. You know, I met Dr. Berg, the chiropractor, and he actually was taller than I thought, and he looked pretty good in person. So whatever he's doing, that's great. He's not carnivore, but whatever he's doing seems to be good. So he did look healthy, in my opinion. I like Dr. Barry. If there's ever new info, he's on it. Yep. Genetics are a hard thing to fight against for certain. But you won the lotto. But if you win the lotto, you know it. Yeah. Good morning. Just wanted to stop over. Busy day for a minute. Jake's dog walking. Well, I'm glad that you are here. Rick should be in the Guinness Book of Records. 42 long suicide attempt. Yeah, right? I don't think maybe that's the secret. That could be it too, you know. You men should know it is not the face we are looking at. Have you seen Chafee's body? I haven't seen him take his shirt off in a few years now, so it may not be the same. I think Rick's ability to be quack is the thing that keeps him young. He doesn't stress on stuff. That is very true. Thanks. There we go. I like Dr. Barry for his messaging. He's a very effective communicator for expanding his space to the sadly asleep. Yes. Chafee body. Wow. Well, Chafee's not the only one in the carnivore community with a great body. But again, I think it's a combination of personality and, you know, he's a doctor and he's got money. So, yeah, of course they're going to like him. Just say that crazy guy ate only made of meat for 42 years, but grew at 6'6" instead of a heart attack. And again, if you've seen pictures of me with other people, you would never realize how big I am just looking at me on this live stream. I find intriguing. He's someone who does think about things. People like us overanalyze. So it's an unusually good combination to have. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. The coaches are the tributaries. That's right. And let's see. Dr. Barry doing a lot of shorts lately. Informative too. All right. We go for body too. Yeah. Yay, Rick scored. All right. Yes, I did. Large window. That is pelican. Drop it inside. Rick, awesome. Yeah, so that was it. 15 dozen eggs. Yep. How's your journey so far? Hi, cutie. Meow. There you go. All right. And let's see. There we go. I love for release. Beethoven is always good. Sounds like sideshow story. I said as my mom's sensor alarm. There we go. My mom and I were talking about when we saw the movie Love Story yesterday. We both cried. I remember that as a kid. I found it depressing, but that's just me. I remember the music from it. I definitely overanalyze about everything. I saw it long ago, lots of free old movies. Rick gives us culture. He's like wine and cheese. Well, that's good. There's no wine here, but definitely we eat cheese for sure. I love Beethoven. And you know, the funny thing is, have you ever watched Benny Hill? Even Benny Hill plays for release. They just speed it up a little bit. I always like Benny Hill. How's your mom doing? I love the free movies on YouTube. You know, I never watch any movies. I just don't have the time. Shower break. My mom is just sketchy. I keep teaching she's going to die, but she sleeps 48 hours, then wakes up with energy. I know what that's like. I went through that for 10 years. Lucy, you got so slated to do. It's fun when we get the unboxing surprise on your show. They are so random. Yeah, that's one of the great things about it. It's like people compare my show to Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. And I think I'm going to capitalize on that a little bit. I ended live early last night. I was exhausted. Christmas is keeping me busy, fighting the crowds in the stores and doing all my usual stuff with the channel. I'm on split screen playing solitaire while I listen. Sun is not up yet. Oh, okay. You saw Dr. Berg. He was the first keto doctor. He's now more me. And some people took pictures with me. If somebody has a picture, I didn't take any pictures with him. But when Dr. Berg looked at me, I had a strange expression on his face. He's probably thinking, who the heck is this? But, yeah. Sun just came up here. There you go. Same here. I search home remedies for health conditions. Landed me on Berg. Then Barry was a big impact. Yeah, a lot of people have gone down that route. Jay, they've gone down that route. Good night, everyone. Been falling asleep. Love you guys. Well, good night. Have a good sleep. And we have finished the comments. Nope, I missed a few still. Milton knows a package is meat. Yes, he does. He came here when the car was out there. You are good looking too. Your hair and teeth are awesome. My teeth are crooked. Look at that. I got a broken tooth from a fight. The only good thing about them is they're strong and they're white, and you see me chewing up meat all the time. My hair is awesome. Yes, I agree with that. I've never seen another 57-year-old with hair like this. In fact, there are 27-year-olds I know that don't have hair like this. I work with this one younger guy. He's like 27. And I feel sorry for him because I look at him, I'm thinking to myself, man, you could look really good. But you got a big stomach, you're smoking pot all the time, and you got more gray hair than I do. And you have nothing but back trouble and foot problems. And you're eating duck food. And I tease him about it, but it's not gonna do anything. He laughed at me when I was cooking on my engine. You know, I'd have a steak on the engine. I've cooked everything on the engine, except for heart attack chicken. I've never been able to perfect that. I always end up with lard all over my engine. That's really hard to clean up. But on the good side, it does help loosen up the bolts. When I took the exhaust manifold off my truck, on the driver's side where I cook, bolts came out real easy. On the passenger side, I still can't get the bolts out. I'm going to have to use a torch because I don't want to break the stud. Oh, it's a mess. I got to deal with this truck. Maybe I'll do it today. I don't know. What can I say? But I appreciate the comment. I like it when people comment, and I'm not that ugly. Listening, crocheting, good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. You're a wonder. I don't know how. I don't understand how people can crochet. They just get some yarn, and they have in their head what they're going to make, and they make this thing, and it just, I find it fascinating. I don't think I could ever do that. Prime rib is on sale. 60. No, thank you. It's too much money. I agree. I slept to you twice last night. It was great. Well, there you go. And I have caught up. Now we have the new comments coming in. All right. The book is good too. Love Story is my favorite. I don't know why I found it so boring, but any kind of love or relationship movies I always found boring. Although I used to watch a TV show called The Love Boat, which I watched, but I don't know. I'm a very skeptical person. I think the whole love thing is kind of a scam, but that's just me. What am I going to say? I've seen too many people ruin their lives trying to find relationships. Hey, it's starting to get dark. It looks like it might rain. Oh, great. Well, I guess that's a good thing because that's okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Dr. Berg, still working with homeless. Okay. Bill Cook is here. I can't stay long. Doing laundry and have to work on rear brakes on GMC. Well, whatever you hear is good, but you know what they say, if you don't do the work, it won't get done. It's like my truck. That engine's not going to change itself, that's for sure. Although I did get my gaskets. Where are they? Milton, did you take my gaskets? Oh, my goodness. They got to be, oh, here they are. There we go. So, rather than just getting the gaskets I needed, I decided to get the whole set. I don't need head gaskets, I don't think. But when I do a compression test, I got them in case I need them. I got everything. This includes everything from my 7.3. There we go. It was what time shipping was like $110 or whatever it was. But I'll tell you one thing. I need it. I need it for my truck. I'm sure I'll have to spend more money, but thanks to a generous person, that's less money I have to spend on food, more money for my truck. That's really good. So I'm going to get this engine out. Hopefully, if it doesn't rain, I might do it today. I might do it tomorrow. My bobcat broke down. I had one of the hydraulic hoses break, which I knew was going to happen. I was trying to lift up something and the hose broke. So I had to go to my garage, I had to get the ferrules, and I had to cut the old fitting off, and I still had some hose, so I made a new hose for it. When I get more money, I think I'm just going to change all the hoses on the Bobcat like I normally used to do. Back when I used to use Bitcoin to buy hydraulic fittings, boy, that was something. Can you imagine I was getting Bitcoin for $10 a Bitcoin to buy hydraulic fittings, and then I got mad because I lost $200 worth of Bitcoin to a hard drive failure. Oh, well. What really bothers me about Bitcoin, I can see the transaction that was done, the 10 Bitcoins. I can see the date, but I can't get to it because I didn't write down the private key. Oh, well, win some, lose some. Can you imagine 20 Bitcoins today? At one time, they were $100,000 a piece. What's 20 times 100,000? It's a lot of truck parts. That's probably a ranch. Oh, well. Anyway, so the comments have slowed down, which I guess is a good and bad, but this gives me a chance to talk more about what I wanted to talk about. Let's see. Okay. Here's more comments. It takes them a while to come in. I have YouTube on one monitor, and then I have these comments on the other. I don't work with homeless, but deal with homeless people from time to time. If you consider inmates in jail or prison homeless, then yeah. They're not paying rent or buying food. That is correct. Of course, Mitch. I think I found him first live. I found Mitch through Carrie's channel, believe it or not. I think Carrie had an interview with him, and he was talking about Mitch. At the time, they were kind of close. And I noticed when we had the whole Rick and Carrie mix up, then he started really talking about Mitch. He hasn't talked about Mitch much lately, but there's definitely one live stream connects to another. And I think Mitch didn't know who I was until he started having Saturday afternoon lives where people would pop on and show what they look like. And when Mitch saw what I looked like and what I sounded like, then I started getting compliments. And then, we've been ever since. I didn't like the movie. I didn't like the love means never having to say you are sorry line from Love Story. That is BS. That movie fueled a decade of jerks. That's good, Ellen. I agree with that. 20 by 90. Yeah. 20 by, yeah. Don't remind me. $200 a Bitcoin lost in 2012 is worth how much today? Whatever. And I tried everything to recover that hard drive. It was done. We had a power surge. What I was going to do, I was going to transfer the data from the hard drive to another hard drive. My desktop was plugged in. Power surge hit. It knocked out the desktop. But the thing was, the desktop was able to reboot, which I thought was interesting. But the laptop, it stayed in the BIOS. So I took the disk out of the laptop, and it was just toasty. Smoke had coming out of the side of the laptop. But I went ahead. I even tried swapping the controller board and the chip, and I did all kinds of stuff. I've done a lot of hard drive recovery, but I couldn't recover mine. So I eventually sent the hard drive to one of my, these people that do data recovery. I had a customer doing data recovery, so I added it to the stack. How much would it be? And they told me the hard drive was not recoverable because the platter was physically damaged. So what somehow happened, I guess it just arced. I don't know what it did, but that section of the platter was unrecoverable. Now, I was able to recover some of the data from the hard drive, but the wallet.dat file was lost. So it was almost like it was some kind of intervention. I don't know what happened, but it got blown up. And after that, I was like, I ain't going to do no Bitcoin anymore, and I got away from it. And you have to realize at that time, that was about the time my dad died, and then I had to take care of Mom 100% full-time, and I kind of got away from it. Remember, I started on YouTube in 2007, and at that time, my parents were both independent. But in 2010, 2008, Mom started having problems, but Dad was able to take care of her somewhat. Then in 2010, my dad had problems, so I had to move here in 2010. And I've been pretty much ever since. It's been about 5 years since Mom died, and Dad died in 2012, so it's been a while. It's definitely been a while. And what people don't understand is that when you take care of parents and you can't really do what you want to do, it sets you way back. Now, thankfully, I had zero debt. The problem is I was starting to recover, and then the COVID thing was right at the time when Mama died, and then the Federal Reserve sabotaged everything by printing 25% of the money supply in 1 year. And that set everything back. And now, instead of letting it crash, they're going to print another 20 trillion. They already started this month with 40 billion of QE every month. So they're going to try their very best to keep this scam going, which means prices will continue to go up and wages will not. Because every time the wages go up, they do something to try to, they raise interest rates or they cut back on the money printing. As soon as wages don't go up anymore, they do that again, and then that's it. All right, let's hit the comments again. Call loss prevention. Sub count was low, 4 digits when I started watching him, and was inspired, especially since having a grandmother and still living. Mitch's scientific mind glued me in. Well, there you go. That's good. See, that's right. Mitch's sub count was low, 4 digits. I didn't discover Mitch until he was already, 20, 30,000 or whatever it was. I know you don't work with him. Just thought you were helping. Okay, Spider recovery. I'm back inside for a while now. Okay, Scooby. Glad that you're out of the cold. Hello again, everyone. Well, hello, Ellen. It's not recoverable. I just throw this away for you. Have a nice day. All right. Are you frozen? Okay, so I made fun of it. Yeah, that's right. Need a hardcore cowboy rancher theme. Crypto coin. Great coin. That's what I'm thinking about. You need a crypto coin that's backed up with meat, eggs, or some other standard meat product or a carnivore product. I think that would be great. CARES Act during COVID was the largest upward transfer of wealth in human history. That is correct. And that's why we're having the problems we do now. The thing is, the next time that they allow a little disaster, they're going to do the same thing but worse, which means that more wealth is going to go from the bottom to the top. Now, what people don't realize, when you put everything at the top and there's nothing on the bottom, what eventually happens? It all comes crashing down. But the Federal Reserve is determined to steal as much as they can from us, and they're very good at it, and nobody ever protests them, ever. When things go bad, they go to the government and they protest there. Nobody ever goes and says, let's get rid of the Federal Reserve. Let's get rid of the money changers. Let's turn over their tables and drive them out. It'll never happen because people just don't get it. They don't understand. All right. So now that I've caught up with the comments, what I want to do, I want to show you a little bit about what I've done now. Obviously, last night I was in bed before 11. I fell asleep for a while. I woke up after 11 to turn the news on briefly, which is all the TV I watch all day, to catch the weather. And they talked about possible rain later today and tomorrow. So that's what I did. I had this weird dream. I have no idea what it was. I was at some kind of convention. I don't know. I didn't recognize anybody. And I was getting out, and whatever the convention center was, it was in the middle of a very large field. And I was walking over to the bus bench to get on the bus. And then I was riding a bus, and then I ended up on another bus. And next thing you know, the bus is driving through my neighborhood. But instead of going left like it normally does, it went right. It was going away. I'm thinking, well, maybe it turns around. And then I kind of woke up. It was 6:30 in the morning. And I heard the sound that I hear every morning. It's like this. And that was Milton sleeping next to me. So I put my hand down on the fur, and I heard another. And Milton got up to stretch. I pulled up the Venetian blind to watch the sun starting to come up. And that's it. And when did I have my dinner? I had my dinner around 6:30. I was done by 7. So I never eat late because otherwise I'll get a weird nightmare. So it was just a pretty basic dream, nothing special. And then it was a matter of making breakfast. And while breakfast was cooking, I took Milton outside for his yard crawl, and he was exploring everything and running around, and there's no cats out there, so I was watching him. I did keep the bag very close by in case I had to grab Milton and shove him in the bag so he wouldn't get into a fight. But he was very nice, and then he came up to the front door, and I opened the door, and he ran back in, and I went in, and my breakfast was ready, and I had my 4 eggs and I had my bacon and I had a piece of meat, and it was absolutely delicious. And then I sat down at the PC and I started to look at some of the things online and determine what I was going to do for the live stream. So, and that's what I was doing. We have 42 watching right now, so we're still having good attendance. If I eat before bed, I dream. That's true. Are you dry fasting? I never eat late. That's right. I found a perfect donut mold metal cookie sheet. I plan to make Chris Cooking Nashville's style glazed carnivore donuts to hand out to coworkers. That's actually a really good idea. I've had people say, why would you make carnivore foods to look like duck food? I'm like, because the duck food eaters, they might actually like it. It's like heart attack chicken. Everybody that I've given heart attack chicken to loves it, and they won't eat the crap from Chick-fil-A or whatever. If somebody sold heart attack chicken and it was convenient, they would eat that instead of Chick-fil-A or that nasty Kentucky fried crap. That's just garbage. But anyway, let's see. Yeah. All right. So hand out to coworkers. And it also works with Pacemaker Pizza. If it wasn't so hard to make, whenever I do have a get-together, which I haven't had for a long time. Now, if we get more cool weather, I'm going to do a video on Pacemaker Pizza, which is really, really good. Once you've had a Pacemaker Pizza, you'll never want the regular pizza. This is so flavorful. It is so delicious, at least in my opinion. And everybody I know has liked it. Julie found it at a thrift store. Okay. After the 2008 subprime fiasco, they passed a law allowing them to lend at the Fed without congressional approval. Yes. So they would never have to wait again to raid the public fund. That is correct. Once they did the TARP bailout, that took a while. Now the Fed can create all the money they want through quantitative easing, and that's it. So they can steal from us without having to tell us. And since there's a delay between when the money is created and when the inflation hits, we blame everybody else. You blame the politician. You blame the stupid orange man or the half-dead elderly person in the White House when they have nothing to do with it. They're just puppets on a string. It's the central bankers that are pulling the strings. They determine who runs for office, so no matter who gets elected, you get this. All right. And Amy said, sorry guys, I've been listening, but need a nap. I need to get up and get to work. Well, I'm glad that you're listening. I'm good at putting people to sleep, so that's good. Lend, yes, lend. In other words, lend money that you created out of nothing. Because contrary to popular belief, I'm not against debt. What I'm against is usury. If the money is created out of nothing, how can you charge interest on something that doesn't even exist? And I will make detailed videos about the banking system and how it works, but there's a lot of them out there already on the internet that you can watch. Okay, CB, that's cool. I never eat sweets, let alone donuts, even while in law enforcement. Well, maybe that's why you look so lean now. That's good. And CB Genesis, hey, Rick. Hey, good to see you again. And chat, that's right. That's good. Don't want you to be dehydrated. Yes. Time to go. Many CVs here now. Joke. Okay. Funny food names. There we go. Why another CB? What the hell? I guess you're referring to Cindy and her saying. And the comments are coming in strong again. The CBs are taking over. Nothing sweeter than sauerkraut ever passed these lips. There you go. And sauerkraut is a good companion for the lower quality meats. And we see DS111 has entered the room. Rick Saturday morning. Carnitunes. Yes, that's right. It's not the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner show. There's no TNT, but I guess in the future I could get some TNT to liven it up a little bit. Yeah, really. There we are. Dogs feed puppies. Fed puppies doing just fine. I'm back with a hot cup of coffee. There you go. You're going to need that for that cooler weather. That's totally appropriate. The brain and gut works together. So if it has food, it's processing. We dream because of it. So I've noticed I have a headache. It means I need to use the bathroom. That's a good point. If you have a headache, yeah. It's always social rage bait and culture, wars in the public space. Yeah, if they can keep you distracted, they can keep you away from the source of the problem. Realistically, if you wanted to change the system, everyone should refuse to go into debt. If you refuse to go into debt and don't buy anything you can't afford, you'll crash their system because they get rich off of your debt. Remember, in order for them to create money, they have to have debt. your debt is their asset. If you have zero debt, they can't create money, and therefore the whole system implodes. You can't fight them physically, but you can definitely fight them if you refuse to go into debt. People who don't do any seafood or fish, how do they get up DHA? Well, I've gone long periods of time without seafood. I try to eat it when I can, but that's okay. And Jonathan is going to take George for a short walk up the road. Well, I'm glad that you're up and out there. Hopefully it's not too cold, and you'll have your little buddy out there keeping you company. So that's great. Yep, moving decimals on a computer at the Fed crashed the economy every 10 years. Rinse, repeat my entire life. That's right. Although this time they're trying to keep the crash away. It's been a long time since we've had one. Since 2008. I type DHA and get it that way. I figured out my chat fiasco. I have to project Rick on the TV so I can chat on the phone. Well, there you go. Okay, maybe CV Genesis was first, hence Genesis. What's your opinion on the AI hype in the technology industry? That's a very good question. I don't really believe that AI can exist without humans. I believe that AI is basically just based on the language model or the whatever model they're using to train it, which comes from actual human activity. And because of the concept of entropy, if AI was allowed to exist on its own, it would eventually self-destruct. This is true of everything. Everything that a human being creates eventually decomposes. You could build the nicest house, but if you don't maintain it, it will collapse in a matter of decades. The nicest car will rust into a pile of nothing in a matter of time. So the AI hype is just that. It's hype. It takes so much energy that, again, if you don't keep supplying it with energy, it will fail. So I think that AI versus humans will win. The problem is that a lot of us have been limited and neutered to the point where we can't fight AI one-on-one. Because really what it comes down to, if AI was taking over, all you would have to do is cut the power source. If you just went to the power plant and shut down the generators, AI would self-destruct. That's just the way it is. However, in the meantime, the AI hype is going to cause a lot of people to lose their jobs. Businesses will fail, but as long as the Federal Reserve keeps creating money out of nothing, they can keep throwing money at the AI disaster and keep it going. The question is, can they keep this going long enough to wipe out the humans? And if they do, well, it's going to self-destruct anyway. Because again, no humans, no AI. It's only a matter of time before AI self-destructs like everything always does. Aaron, me too, got TV screen on and cell chat. There we go. Yes, the first. It's like me and Dr. Kiltz when they ask the other Amy questions. It freaks me out. I know now they are talking about diabetes. They are not asking me. Okay. Well, there's several Ricks on here as well, so I know what you mean. I buy nothing except food and build a new computer every 10 years old. That sounds familiar. It's quite mild today. I'll be out in t-shirts and shorts during a pain flare, but worth it to get some free air. I also had a shower and shave. Oh, I have a question. Okay, well, let's see. How do you shave? Take us through your process and tools used. Well, that's very easy. I've done it many ways. I've done the lard and blade method, which I don't do anymore. I will show you right now the way I do it. Okay, where is that thing? Here it is. This is a method I use. These are cheap and they work good enough. I mean, obviously, it doesn't take everything off. If I'm going to go to a formal event and I want to look my absolute best, then I will go ahead and use the blade and lard method. But for normal, keeping the fur away, I use this. I don't like facial hair because it attracts dirt. And when I'm working on different pieces of equipment or doing different types of work, and when you're sweating, it gets all in there. It's just an absolutely unpleasant experience. That's just my preference. Now, most people I know, They have facial hair, and sadly, a lot of them, they don't keep it up, so it looks kind of ratty. But that's all that I use. Very simple. I don't spend as yeah, exactly. I have to counter my daughter's spending as much as I can. Well, there you go. Most coaches will need to be specific about what they will use as a draw. Yeah, that's true. Where your customer is coming from. Eggs have the DHA when not doing any seafood. Okay, that makes sense. That comes pork and fatty pork have small amounts. I eat a lot of fatty pork myself. Quality pasture can be more. Okay, well, that's good to know. In other meats and organs, yes. I wonder if iguana has any. That's a good question. So eggs as well as seafood pork could keep you up with the DHA. People are saying robots will kill us. What the heck have you heard of water, scissors, hammer? There you go. Thank God for pork. I believe the more screen time we have, the more DHA we need. DHA is depleted via our retina from blue light exposure. And increased oxidative stress. Well, that's good. Well, I guess I get some blue light. I'm watching a screen right now, but I have the window, which is my main light source, and my other light source is these crazy things, which I got criticized so many times. My eco-nut friends were mad at me because I use incandescent bulbs. I have them outside the house, too. You're destroying the environment. But your electric bill was $250, and mine was $130. How can that be? Interesting. 64 and sunny here. Today's a prediction. Nice in the sun, but cold in the shade. That sounds really good. I wish it was like that here. I use that shaving tool method as I've gotten too lazy to pluck. Well, there you go. Wax it. There we are. Nice. I use electric clippers for the bulk of it. Then use a manual blade and tallow method. Well, there you go. See? Same thing that I do. That's right. The lard or tallow method and the manual blade gives you the closest. Just you have to be careful not to get into any of the little places and cut yourself, but you can do that. Everyone seems to have much screen time will affect retina. And that's the thing. People I know, they watch a cell phone all day, which is crazy. Whenever they're doing nothing, they pull out the cell phone. Doesn't believe in blue light or ever using a software blue light filter. She gets upset when she sees my screens. My screen time is enormous. It would seriously scare people. I aim to get around 8 grams of EPA and DHA per day. Find it helpful. That's good. What are your favorite sources for carnivore muscle, Jonathan? Thought it was chilly in here. I left my back door open all night. Okay. If I leave my back door open, I'll have a possum in the house. I would just explain that there's hard science on it. Try to find a short video from Dr. Jack Cruz if you can. And hello to CB. Hello, Terry girl. And I've caught up. Excellent. So, one of the most important things, I use a high-quality omega-3 fish oil from a bottle, and you don't even, there you go. Seafood is a good thing if you can get it. I used to eat a lot of it, and I think that also helps. Okay. Forgive me, I got a couple of delicious strips of bacon to eat. It's Christmas time. My local park. I got my Christmas flannel dress ready to go. Awesome. There you go. I guess even some of the women have to shave. It's okay. Most of my friends, they have facial hair. They like it. I just don't. It's something I used to have a mustache when I was younger, but people told me that I look like a gay porn star, so I got rid of it. When I turned 30 years old, I got rid of it because I didn't need it anymore. I was old enough. I was trying to make myself look older, so I grew the mustache. But when I reached 30, it's like, that's fine. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I eat sardines and water, wild salmon. I have sardines about once a week, a few cans. I agree. Sockeye salmon. But tonight I haven't kept up my DHA since having to remove canned fish due to gut issues from them. Oh, I didn't know that people could have issues from that. I love the corny Christmas stuff. Watching Rick eat bacon while I'm fasting is pretty torturous. Poor Rick, yeah, right? Okay. John Laspina's Carnivore Teacher Alpha is my new go-to for telling people about carnivores, short and clear. Yes, his videos tend to be short. You can also find him along with George Goodenough, which I don't see here today. I guess maybe later on. But yeah, they have on Sunday at 1, which conflicts with another live stream from the Dutch Carnivore and a couple of other people. So I have to alternate, watch one live and watch one on replay, because they happen to put it at the same exact time. All right, so I have POCS. I get chin hairs. Okay, well, cut them off. Polycystic ovarian, whatever it is. That's good. Better to just join up with the crazy than to try to beat it. Yes, me too. Wild caught fresh is dollars. Farms butter. Well, if you go fishing, it's cheap, but not everybody can go fishing. Never farmed. Used to eat farm many years ago. I wouldn't eat farm fish either. Now I would farm my own duck and iguana, sure, but they eat natural foods. Never heard of him. I have to look him up. Making salmon and eggs for breakfast today for my mom and husband a few hours. Hoping one bit of salmon doesn't wreck my fast, but I have to taste test. Hey, you'll be fine. Wait, this is breaking me. George is everywhere at all times. Wild caught is leaner, so much leaner. And there he is. I see him. I just arrived. Thanks for the shout out, Rick. Yes, I always talk about my carnivore colleagues. Okay, cut them off. Brilliant. Hi, Ellen. You'll surely recognize him, I think. The kill van cull here is more toxic than Chernobyl and Fukushima rolled into one. And we have some good mornings. Hey, George, was thinking, where's the man? Yes, George is in the house. And I was just talking about the Carnivore Sunday School because somebody had mentioned John Laspina. I never see John in the live stream. He's probably busy making his next video, or he may be out enjoying his weekend, which I'm sure most people will do. George is omnipresent. I figured, around 11 o'clock, usually see him popping in. I guess because they got a 5-hour difference between here and the UK. So that's good. There we go. And we have our good mornings. Of course we do. Forgive me while I finish my delicious bacon. This was actually the pork belly that was given to me. That's my favorite bacon. Cut slices of pork belly and eat it. Delicious. Now, I'm the oddball. I don't use salt or seasonings or anything. But you can use salt if you want. Oh, hi, George from Grandma's Grocery Corner. And Ellen says Jonathan is right about that DHA. Oh, you're going to love the thumbnail I made for next week. And again, if you're not aware of it, I'm coming up on my 1-year anniversary of Live at 8 with Rick. Although next week is probably a week ahead of it. We're going to celebrate it anyway. Jonathan has graciously offered to co-host with me as long as he can. And then I guess Jonathan will set up a link so anybody that wants to join in person can do so. And that'll be great. Other than that, you can still call in to the phone number if you like. But yes, I'll have to check that out. George is everywhere. Hey, waiter, there's George in my soup. Okay. I got a friend named George, but he's moving out of here. He'll be out of Miami by next year. Like everybody else that grew up here, he's moving out. 25 grams of protein max before major mTOR activation, completely ruining a fast. Should be okay to taste test that salmon without any issue. Watching the last horse race of the afternoon TV. And I know you're into the horses. I'm a porcivore. Well, there you go. Calling a fire. Yeah, I remember that when Thomas had the little accident with his heart attack chicken. And heart attack chicken is pretty easy. That's why I tell everybody, don't attempt the pacemaker pizza until you've done the heart attack burger and the heart attack chicken. Well, thanks to one of my viewers, I have enough meat to make a heart attack burger. Interesting. I haven't had a nice heart attack in a long time. Are old beef's meat more delicious? Well, some people like aged meat. I don't care. We've killed cattle and cooked it the same day, some of the meat. Some of it aged, some of it's fresh. It's all good to me. I don't notice a difference. My last pork belly tasted like ammonia. Oh, so now I'm afraid to get another one. Sticking to pork butt. Yeah, for now, until I lose my fear. That's a good idea. Jack Cruz is the ultimate. He will also tell you why hyperbaric oxygen is very bad if you are not metabolically healthy. I reduced salt yesterday and had an alarming calf muscle cramp last night during sleep. When I quickly straightened my leg to stop it, the cat got kicked. Uh-oh. Well, hopefully it wasn't Milton. He didn't tear your leg off. Heart attack chicken and burger, pacemaker pizza, any other food, funny food names? Well, I've called insane iguana, but I don't know if that's really a funny food name. And let's see, I got heart attack duck. I'd have to think of more, but those are just the ones that I use. Because a lot of times people make fun of what I'm eating. And like, what is that? I'm having a pizza. I didn't know you ate pizza. I said, I made my own pizza. What's different about it? This is a pacemaker pizza. Eat enough of these and you'll have to have a pacemaker put in. So it's kind of like that. But no, those are the only ones I know of. But duck food is what I call everything else. And I think that's pretty funny. Absolutely hilarious. Maybe hard to keep track of everyone. Well, let me show you a little something. I'm going to go over here to my YouTube, and you can see here I've got all kinds of channels. And there we go. So I've caught up. I have 45 people watching now. Now, what I want to do, I want to give you an idea of what I've done during the week since the last Live at 8 with Rick. So we'll go over here to YouTube, and I'm going to go to my history. You can see there's the videos that are recommended to me. All right. Okay. So let's go to, where am I? Up. Right here. And we will go to the history. All right. Now, let me go back to the beginning of the week so you can kind of see what's been going on here. All right, let's see. A lot of times, YouTube will make all kinds of recommendations. Some of the ones I have to look for. Wednesday, there's a lot of videos that pop up. So I've been home working on stuff, and a lot of times these videos will keep coming up. Okay. I was going through mine to try to see the difference between okay, so Monday, we'll start with Monday. Sunday, obviously, let's see. Okay, so this would be Sunday. Then Monday, Dr. Kiltz, Morning Coffee with Mitch. There's Aaron. So you get an idea of the different people that I watch. Crazy Ketos. Let's see. I don't remember half of these. Okay. Then I watched this goofy guy, Dr. Saivez or whatever his name is. And he never seems to really get any leaner, so I kind of suspect his advice. And then my favorite doctor, Dr. John of the Heart Attack Grill. I was watching how to make a heart attack burger, which I basically have been doing for a long time. So you get a lot of these videos, and of course, the finance videos that I do watch a lot of, and it's people's training rocks and working with equipment. And I was looking at one of my older videos. You can see when I click, look who pops up. There's Milton. This, I think, was the first one. So I was trying to figure out what my old videos look like. So I looked in there, and I did that on Monday. This is the one you can see where I have the sound barrier. That's the one that I had my YouTube anniversary. And then after that, I started putting in the introduction. Got some Barquet videos. There's just all kinds of videos here. There's Dr. Baker. There's this guy, Mike Mutzel. And then we had the carnivore talk. That was on Monday. I put in a video, so you can see it. Then Tuesday, some more videos. We got some lives. All kinds of stuff. Here's John again. And then we had this video over here, which that was one of Mac's videos. You know, he was interviewed me. I met him at the Hack Your Health, and he was over there criticizing lame Norton. And then more videos on the Fed. There's just a lot of, there's another video there. So you can see, okay, there was a video about AI and jobs. There's Thomas. I watch his videos. So you can get a pretty good idea. And look at who's there. Dustin. Okay, and just going through these videos. And there's videos on Bitcoin and Treasury. And this guy also interviewed me. There was Kip with his video. More finance videos. There's Mitch with a video. So you can see Thomas did an interview with No Carb Barb, who I also met at Hack Your Health. And then, I don't know why I recommended my Strawberry Poop Gas song again, but this never gets old. This is one of Amy's creations. And here, I was looking at this about these power-saving devices. Actually, had someone send me a message about that, asking. I made a video about these back in 2008, and they're basically all scams. So this is a video I could recommend. They're all fake. And then we have the member meetup and the keto cookout. So you can get a pretty good idea of the stuff that I watch. More Dr. Kiltz. That would be Wednesday morning. There was a video here about everyone turning off their landline service. Okay, so we got video about Chick-fil-A. Let's see, garbage. I don't know why it's not showing the titles. Let me see, maybe I got the wrong. Hold on a second. Well, that's not working. What did I do here? Oh, there we go. We'll just change this. No? Okay, there we go. We'll change the view on that one. Just saying hello. I see that Paul was here with Thomas. And let's see here. More of Aaron. Aaron has a live stream every day. So usually it's going to be Mitch, Aaron, Finance Channel. You can see all the stuff that I've watched. There's Jerry. You can see over here. Let's see why carnivore works. That was another one of John Laspina's interview with Maxwell Smart. I mean Duncan Smart or whatever it is. And okay. Up. And here we have Bart K. He was talking about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. I thought that was pretty fascinating because I had actually mentioned cryptocurrency way back 3 years ago when I had my first Bart K interview. And now I guess Bart K has been looking into it and he's kind of into it while I'm out of it. Okay, the Fed. This was the issue that happened. Bill Knott's YouTube channel was deleted. And I went and I found a video that talked a lot about security somewhere around here. Let's see. Figure it out. It's somewhere around here. Okay. See, there's Fed resorts to QE. And let's see. There was another one from Kerry. I'll find it eventually. Dr. Kiltz made a video about poop. Of course, I made a comment about poop that was pretty funny. Let's see. Fed's next move. QE's back. There's the, I guess that must have been Thursday. And that Saldivar lady was talking about carbohydrates because she's not carnivore anymore. Poop in India. Do Indians really poop in the street? Yes, they do. Prison meals are worse. So there was all these things here that came up. YouTube just recommends a lot of stuff. This guy never showed up on Dr. Kiltz. I don't know what happened. And then Max was talking about changes to his carnivore diet, which I thought was interesting. And this tallow versus air fried chicken. And then there were some videos on payphones that came up, which, by the way, as you know, I have payphones around my house, and I used to post videos on payphones. Here it is. This is a video that was on password complexity. And I want to talk about that now. How you can help avoid being hacked. You don't have to use the most complicated password. You just have to know how to use a password. And there's Retired Rick. So there's a lot of different comments here. Scale broke. Another one from Dr. Kiltz. And then, what's her name? Was with Dave Mack. So she's the one that made this weird video, The Misadventures of Vegan Bob. I thought they were talking about Bob Harper that had a heart attack, but and then I get all these other weird videos that pop up. Fast food. Let's see. Visited the Sanford & Son junkyard. And then here's some videos on Mr. Rogers. I wonder if the computer analyzes the comments. Somebody had sent me a comment that I reminded of Mr. Rogers, and I said I was more like Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood. So I got that. And then just more videos. We had another one with Mitch, which came up. I don't know why it came up a second time, but it was there. Then there was this video about the small town corruption. And then today, first video I watched this morning was John Laspina's video, cost of living. And you can see it just started going from there. And here I am today. And what am I watching now? Live at 8 with Rick. And that's really what I've been doing on YouTube. So let me go back here to the comments and see how many I have missed. But you can get an idea of what a typical day on YouTube is like for me. All right, so the comments have really took off, and I'm not sure how many people I have, but let's see. Need to use those with the family. When Farmhand 1 talked to the jockey, okay. Yeah, so he's talking about horse racing. Don't people realize how much salt, good salt, is important? I think I'm being addicted to being cuckoo. Always lack of salt. And I don't really use salt. I'm one of those few people that doesn't use salt hardly at all. Okay, and took me too long to go to his channel. I didn't know he has been in it for quite a while. He reads everything, which allows his lessons to be so thorough. Okay. I'm having ham, Cornish hen, and duck. Ducky for Christmas. Did Cornish hens. Air fryer, they're so cute. The bones, though, ugh. Hey, at least it's better than squab going around grabbing young pigeons. That's, well, you know, it's tasty, but it's kind of a lot of work. It has lead or something. All right. Well, a lot of salts may have lead, especially if they're from an old mine. But I get my salt from groundwater, so it's lead-free. Nick Norwich did a month sardine diet and found that it made him resistant to the cold. Thinks it's the DHA uncoupling his mitochondria. Well, I tend to be immune to cold, but that's because we get so little of it here in Florida. The only time I get cold is if I turn my air conditioner too low, and I don't get cold till after 45 degrees when it's cold outside. I adapt very quickly to cool weather, but it's hard for me to adapt to heat. You will look on sideways, but his information. Agree with him, sideways information is helpful. Yeah, that's true. I have Redmond and Molted. Okay, we're talking about salts. I'm trying to rebuild connections with those that are animal-based versus carnivore online in our circles. I've started to collaborate with my friend Rob Goodwin. So keep your eyes peeled. Yeah, you used to be with him. I haven't seen him, but he popped up on another channel recently. He was inactive for a while. And what about your other friend that he used to be on all the time? He had his fitness studio. He seems to have disappeared from YouTube. So I don't know. I guess people come and go. Isn't he full carnivore from memory? I think he's Mediterranean. He isn't full. Yeah, he isn't full carnivore. He's Mediterranean diet himself. Yep. Hi, Dapper George. There we go. I don't watch. Hi. George is so dapper for sure. Yes. How old were you on that blue shirt? I guess you're asking for me. I was 30 years old at the time. That was in 1998. The picture was taken. I love his blue shirt picture. That was me at age 30. Someone claims to follow Mediterranean diet because of science, but disparages carnivory. What would you say to them to counter? Well, Jonathan, I would tell them that meat is part of the Mediterranean diet and that the parts of the Mediterranean where people eat meat, for example, goat and lamb, they tend to live longer than the people that eat a more plant-based diet, at least from the research that I've seen. And I've known several people from that area of Italy or Greece, and I didn't know a single one that was plant-based. In fact, we had a lot of Greek friends when I was growing up. They were the ones that got us into yogurt, making your own yogurt. That was a real popular thing. And they love meat. I don't think, I've never seen a Greek person that didn't love meat. Now, they do tend to love their alcohol a little bit too much, their ouzo, but again, they do like meat. So carnivory is just a more dedicated example of the diet. And I do believe that the so-called Mediterranean diet can include carnivore. Because what if you lived in the Mediterranean and you were a rancher or herder and you ate mostly meat? You'd be a carnivore, wouldn't you? A lot of the people that live in the mountains in the Mediterranean area eat a lot of meat because that's the most common food. And what I've noticed is that people that live in mountainous regions always tended to live longer and be healthier than those that lived in the farming areas. And to me, I don't think that living in a mountain where you get less oxygen is really that helpful. I think it's what they eat. The fact that they're eating more protein and meat and fat than when they're living, colder weather, people tend to like to eat more fat. I think that's the key. So hard to say. To me, Norwitz is the Ben Shapiro of carnivore or whatever he is into. Yeah, Ben Shapiro's name sounds familiar. I'm not familiar with him. Isn't he some kind of political guy? Good point. Who knows? I don't normally watch or follow him. I just saw a post on X, and the idea of being cold resistant intrigued me, so I'm going to give it a try. Well, give it a try and let us know what happened. Norwitz is too educated in medicine for me to keep up with. That's true. Although he does simplify things somewhat. Diamond Crystal Kosher Salt had non-detectable levels of lead, arsenic, mercury, and aluminum in laboratory measurements. One of the things that people don't know about salt is if you crystallize the salt. So in other words, you make it into a brine and you crystallize it. The lead and other heavy metals tend to go to the bottom. So if you're worried about lead or heavy metals in your salt, one of the things you could do, take your existing salt, mix it with water, and then evaporate it and let it crystallize. And a lot of that lead, use a stainless steel pan. The lead is going to go to the bottom. It's going to have an affinity for the metal. Because I actually did test for lead in pink salt, which a friend of mine was pushing years ago, and I found that it had higher than safe levels of lead in it. But when you take the pink salt and you recrystallize it, the lead levels went to almost undetectable, and that's really good. And aluminum and mercury, all these salt mines tend to be around metal deposits, so it's unavoidable. Anytime that you have large amounts of salt depositing, they will have other metals in it. Now, Maybe some people like the magnesium or some of the other good metals that might be in there. But if you want to make safe salt, you don't have to do anything crazy. You just have to make a brine out of it and either evaporate it in the oven or put it out in the sun and let it evaporate naturally, and that will definitely do the trick. And you can buy a test kit. It's easy to buy a test kit for lead. They're very common here. I have a lot of customers that are concerned about their plumbing, so we'll buy a lead test kit, and we will test the water to see if there's lead in it, and invariably we don't find any because the water here is alkaline, and we tend to get calcium deposits, and the calcium deposits, they sequester the lead. I don't think I've ever had detectable lead in any plumbing job that I've done, even the really old and rusty plumbing. If I was walking dogs over ice, I would too. Well, if you're walking on ice, you should get the spike shoes. I would say, which Mediterranean diet? Rice biscuit, that's a good point because a Mediterranean diet can include a lot of things, including meat and dairy. Spurgeon carnivore is dumb, but I have seen it with those people. You require olive oil polyphenols to protect your heart from the cholesterol. Well, if that's the case, and I've always hated olive oil, my dad loved it. He used it all the time. He put olive oil on everything, and I hated it. For me, it was lard and tallow. And my dad actually got arrhythmia when he got older, and he had heart failure when he died. But me, I'm still going strong. I don't get tired. I work all the time. I don't eat olive oil. I have no need for it. I could care less. I think, Jonathan, DS11, I think you can in regards to diet. After all, we should be listening to nutritionists. That's funny. We should be listening. Where the heck did that? Oh, man, I got a lot of comments. Ooh, it just took off. Nutritionists regarding dietary information, not medical doctors or whatever qualifications they assert. And I see that is comedy, which I agree. All right, I'll try. Medicare authorized compression skirt for me. Almost $300. I've been wearing it, but kind of hate it. It's thick. Do you know about them? Okay, she's asking Ellen. All right. There's 22 countries bordering the Mediterranean. Which country based on which study? They all eat a different diet. Yes. I've heard, okay, most of it, nothing. Okay, just irritating. Plus, he's have an establishment. I discussed a guy recently who's a sales rep for an omega polyphenol oil supplement recently. He left the conversation with immense frustration. Yeah, I wonder why. So many endless variants under Mediterranean. I don't see my channel. How did Bill not get deleted? The explanation that Carrie had, which I don't know how to link to it, but he had somebody approach him, I guess, to sponsor his channel, and I guess he must have sent him an email. And once they get your email, Bill Knight was probably phished. He probably put in one of his passwords, and a lot of people, they share or they recycle their password. He may have recycled his password, and then once they got your YouTube name, they know your email address. All they need is to guess the password, and a brute force attack is impossible because YouTube times out after a few attempts. But on the other hand, if you have been sharing a password, that may be what happened. And of course, the other option, if you can get someone to install software on their computer, you can have a keylogger and you can actually log in. If you get remote access to their computer, if you have your password stored in the browser password file, you could actually view that remotely. So there's many ways that they could have done it. But it's very important that we need to take account of security. And if I get time, I'll talk about that today. And Ryan says, absolutely. Endgame snake oil salesman. Yes. There's lifestyle variations. Geographical factors. That's correct. Yeah, he's still going. Yes, you know I'm still going. He wanted to assert that his oil was better than mine, despite it being grossly more affordable with better health projections. He had no leg to stand on. He is bored with the usual stuff, though. Well, there you go. Everyone wants to make a buck, and if you can overcharge people, you can make a buck faster. You wouldn't want to give people just what they need. No, you want to overcharge them for it. Create a need, and then make them buy it. That's how you get rich. People in this like Norway and Sweden eat a lot of the fatty little fish. So maybe there's something to it. That's correct. We don't live the same life as people in Mexicanos. No, we don't. I like them, so it's not hard. But I'm going to eat our games. Exactly. Living by open water is healthy. Could be for some people. I don't want to stink up the apartment by cooking fish. Already, my daughter has an aversion to even when I eat. I never found fish smell bad. I like fish. 1.5 miles from the sea. But we have very few restaurants which offer a decent seafood meal. Yeah, that's sounds like here. I'm a few miles from the sea, but I could always go fishing. Once I get my truck fixed, I think I'll be doing some fishing. I go down to Key Largo. That's where I go. Got a lot of friends there. A Norwegian who grew up on Lutefisk, I can confirm. There you go. The darn phone. I was saying I'm not going to eat just sardines. I'm not that crazy. Something that might look at me while I eat it. Well, ducks and iguanas could look at me while I eat it. A lot of good fish in the sea, but they're scaring us with mercury. I'll have a can of Spam instead. Squab is delicious. All you got to do is find a person with a pigeon problem, and you got all the squab you want. I ate 5 cans of tuna every day for mercury poisoning. Isn't fun. Wow. 5 cans of tuna a day for 5 months. That's a shame. Yeah, that mercury will get you. I eat sardines, salmon mussels. Oh, good. The more seafood, the better. I agree. Horse racing is my other passion. I made a date with Amy for the 2026 Kentucky Derby. I'm a wimp. The brand I like has the head and tails cut off, so they don't look as bad. I love sardines. I don't care if they got the head and tails. But then again, I'm used to eating stuff that was just trying to run away a few hours before I ate it. There's some new chicken wing restaurant opening up here. Saw a sign. Hope it's not seed oil crap. Look out back. If they have one of those collection things for seed oils, they're giving you the seed oils. Years ago on a painting, kept persisting that I eat oysters with him for lunch. He kept persisting. Finally, I said they give me an erection. He backed off. Okay. Well, that depends, Depends on if your friend is male or female. That's the thing. Painting job must be a male friend. And, of course, it could be one of those South Beach guys, in which case that would be a bad idea to say that. Jerome left the carnivore diet. Okay. Married another carnivore for Australia after flirting with my ex-girlfriend. You remember her? Yeah, I remember her. Oh, wow. Then blamed carnivore for getting fat. So Jerome got fat? That's not good. Oh, the drama. Flirting with my ex-girlfriend. Yeah. But I do remember your ex-girlfriend on YouTube. I wondered what happened. Tend to shy away from eating stuff that stares back at me. For sure, probably it is. Great reply. There we go. However, he was overindulging on sausages and worked at a cheese spread factory. Bad person. I mean it. That's interesting. We have a Greek place here. They're famous for their lamb. Yes, the Greeks love lamb. Our Greek friends were always eating lamb. Lamb, lamb, lamb. So, and sure, they had bread as well, but they had a lot more lamb than they had bread. In fact, our friend, they used to make the gyros or whatever they called it. Gyro, I called it gyro. But they would make the bread for that. They had their flat, like a pita bread. That stuff fermented for quite a while. And they love seafood. The Greeks, they love seafood. The squid. The, what else? Oh, here we go. Greek grilled octopus is awesome. Yeah, they eat octopus, squid, and they eat some other stuff. The Greeks, they love that stuff. So they're eating seafood and they're eating meat. So don't let anybody tell you that the Greeks are on a plant-based diet, because they are not on a plant-based diet. Period. Going to have some heart attack fish today. Fry it up, and it's going to be delicious. And we have a hello from Ellen, not Aaron. Welcome back, retired Rick. Yes. And good morning. I lived on the Mediterranean island of Cyprus for 5 years. It was all about meat, fish, eggs, and halloumi cheese. Sounds carnivore to me. The fruit salad and bread were just the supporting cast. See, now George is telling the truth. I remember our Greek neighbors that we had here. It was all about the meat. When you smelled them cooking Greek food, it was always the meat that you smelled. And I would eat there as a kid, you know. I enjoyed the lamb, the eggs. The cheese was always good. They also used to like feta cheese. That was another thing that they loved, the feta cheese. And one of our friends used to make cheese from goat milk. One of their relatives had a farm not that far from here where they had goats. So they always had access to goat milk. They were always making cheese. That's the real Greek diet. So if you want to look like the ancient Greeks, you're not going to get that way eating seeds or so-called grains. You're going to get that way eating the seafood and meat that they do. They also had a very interesting fermented fish sauce that they would use, and it was basically just fermented seafood, which has a strange smell, but everybody loved it, and it did taste good. So that's the real Mediterranean diet. This coffee is tasting good this morning. Well, that is great. They tend to overstate the vegetable to meat ratios of those countries. That's right. I've seen it in person, and you have too. What I've learned, carnivores don't need as much oxygen as someone who's eating carnivore. Well, that's true. Most of the people I know that eat a lot of carbohydrates, even when they're talking, they tend to breathe hard. And whenever they're exerting themselves, like, I was picking up a couch with one of the guys I work with, and he was breathing so hard. I said, "What is there, some pretty gal around the corner? You're breathing hard." "Oh, this is hard work." "But I'm not breathing hard." I don't know. Strange, huh? Okay, black coffee is good too this morning. So he's telling retired Rick that. Carbs, yes. Good suggestion, Rick. Himalayan salt isn't well regulated. A Celtic sea salt is a good option. Yes. And see, down here, I use the plastic-free version of sea salt. You go down to Key Largo, you go to a friend's house that has a well, you pump as much water out as you can into a large stainless steel barrel, and then basically just put it on trays like I use the buffet trays. I have one here that I have stuff in, and you just let it condense. You put about maybe a 1/4 inch of seawater in there, and then it'll crystallize the salt. And then when it dries, you hit it with your hand, knock the salt into a container, and then you wash the tray. And when you wash the tray, you get like a little layer of like metals. It's like gray. When you wipe it with a piece of paper, you can see it. And I've made salt that way, and then you put it in a blender and you grind it up to make these little pieces. The problem is this will turn into a rock if it's not kept in the air conditioning. So if you leave this out, in about a week or two, it's solid, and you have to break it up with your hand. What I do, when the salt becomes solid, I put it on a tray, I put it back in the sun, let it dry out, and then hit it to loosen it up. If it's really clogged up, I put it back in the blender and blend it again. Very simple. Okay, somebody's getting Federal Express. I recognize the truck. Yes, Terry, go, yummy. Would you like salad? A woman was offering a barbecue. No, thank you. I'm not pretending. You know what I used to say? I'm not a rabbit. Why do I want a salad? Let's wonder, George. Okay. T-minus 1 hour to party time. All right. Good luck to all the entries. Mopar Rick, you're entering the contest too. Let's go. Well, there you go. Yep. That's Federal Express. I recognize the sound of every truck by the engine. I've always been good at that as a kid. I could tell the difference between a Ford and Chevy and Cadillac and all of them. Well, I'm going to try to check that out. Hopefully we can wrap this up before noon, and then that way we'll be able to view your contest. And if somehow we go over it, then I will try and, you know what I could do? I could pull it up on the live stream if we're still there. So that's a good point. I'm lowering my dairy in my coffee lately, trying lower acid blends. Okay. I visited there about 15 times when my grandparents lived there. Meals were always meat-based. So you're talking about Mediterranean. See? They lie to us. They think that Mediterranean is Olive Garden. Olive Garden is not Mediterranean. Olive Garden is corporate America. What an awful place. I've only been in there once. I was there with some friends that were eating. And I looked around and I asked them, "Where's the food?" Like, "What?" "Oh, we have a never-ending pasta bowl." Like, I don't even think those meatballs are 100% meat. But I looked at it, I was like, I'm not going to eat anything here. I just sat there with them eating, and I didn't eat anything. What I did do, I took a piece of meatball, and I took a taste of it, and it was like, there's something else in these meatballs. They're not pure meat. But whatever. Look for some Celtic, remember. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Look at all these comments. I don't think I'll ever be able to finish. How are things in the north? Can't wait to see Grandma's Crochet Corner's Avenger. Do you ever play video games? Nope, I never played video games. In fact, I had the little console. I had Pac-Man and Space Invaders. I could play it for a little bit, but I lost interest very quickly. Video games do not excite me in any way. I hate to say it. Things are freezing up. Well, there you go. Some people have seasons. It was great. Steph Taylor spent a month over there. Okay. Talking about Mediterranean. There's no way I'm going outside today. Talk to type is a beautiful thing. Yeah, but it does misspell. I play a phone game. I use it when waiting line somewhere. And at night when TV is boring. Back to the party. Prep. See you all later. I'm still listening, Rick. Well, thank you, Jerry, and I will try to catch you as soon as I can. Gboard is the best for me and my Android. He was scammed to grow channel. Okay, that's what happened with Bill. Well, there you go. That's probably how they got a hold of his credentials. They scammed him to try to grow his channel. I don't get any of those offers. I've never had anybody offer me any of that stuff. Yeah. What's going on? Somebody's calling me. Oh, shoot. Let me see who's out there.
Strawberry poop gas. I was cooking in the backyard, feeling like a pro. Tossed in some grass clipping magic, let that compost glow. Dog poop, cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Hailed strawberry poop gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog barked once, the cat took flight, then boom, the sky turned brown and bright. It rumbled, it tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes no sense. Sticky strawberries rain from the sky. Compost cooking till the day I die. Filled strawberry poop gas, wild and crass. Flaming hot signs from the neighbor's grass. When it popped, we all went ooh, but dang, it smelled like barbecue too. So if you're brave and slightly nuts, mix that poop with grass and guts. Light it up and step way back. You might just launch your own snack shack. Bill strawberry poop gas. Cooking class.
What a disaster. Milton, no. What? What is it? Come here. Milton, come on. No. You are a black menace. You are a black menace. Look at you. Causing trouble again. You got to stop that. Oh my goodness. You silly little powder puff. All right, let's see. What exactly happened? All right, we got this. I think we're back online. Are we online? Oh, here we go. Oh no. Did I get knocked offline? What? You're a bad kitten. Bad kitten. Okay. Oh, I think we're online. No. No. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's see if we are online. I think we are. Oh, my goodness. What is this? No. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're online. We didn't get knocked offline. That's a good sign. Stop it. You are not going to get that cat again, okay? Oh, my goodness. Oh, well, at least it was a good workout. All right, let me see if I can locate. There we go. Okay, terrible. What happened to Bill Knott? No. Stop it. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, if you're still here and still listening, I have 30 people left. A friend of mine came by. He went to the dump, and he got some stuff that he found, including a stereo just like mine. And then, when I tried to he opened the door, Milton ran out. Milton saw another cat, chased him, got into a fight, and I had a hard time getting Milton back. But I got him back, and guess what? I did not get scratched because once I got Milton back, he calmed down, and I brought him in the house, and now he's back. Okay. Sardines without any mercury, the small, okay, that's good. Carrie said it was professionals. He is working with trying to resolve. Okay, so we're talking about Bill Knott and the hackers. Lucky you. So I guess what probably happened with Bill Knott, he probably tried to get somebody to promote his channel. They got a hold of his login, and they wiped out his channel. They probably tried to hold it hostage to get some money out of him. Bill will get bigger through this. He's much loved. Cod liver, organ meats, not all me. That was covered. Not familiar with that. Twice so far. Bill Knott's cat looks like one of those ice cream bars, 50-50 bar, which is vanilla inside and orange outside. Thanks, Ellen. Okay, it's not even winter yet. Chicken liver. All right. Make sure the sound guy shows up. There you go. Gaining weight on carnivore. All right, let's see if there's any comments referring to me. All right. Snip leaves off the grapevines. Unscrew salt shakers at restaurants. The only rice I use is in my salt shaker. All right. Okay, so the comments it's quite a lot. I should have had my camera with me. You would have laughed if you saw me chasing around after Mr. Milton. That was really funny. Space Invaders. Don't even ask anymore. So darn cute. Strawberry poop gas. There we go. Stressing about colonoscopy. Okay. Such a big kid. Stays curious. Not afraid to experiment with things. Yeah, that's me. Did not keep his bathroom clean as a kid. Look at the shit of the house now. His parents' house. It's hard to get rid of stuff. That's for sure. Great knowledge. Okay. All that steel and other stuff was dragged in over the years. He is like a squirrel, a gatherer. That's true, too. He's a nut hoarder for sure. Seems to work for him. I wonder if Rick has a dismantled airplane somewhere in the house. No, but I have bowling lanes and all kinds of car stuff. As a boss underground shelter. Rick should open a lard restaurant. The Strawberry Food Gas Cafe. Funny what Rick said about him when he wears a mustache. Yeah, right? What did he say? He said he looks like a gay porn star. Oh, man, it's hot in here, too. I'm going to put the fan on. Hopefully it doesn't blow too much air in the microphone way. Let's see. You left us with no music. Well, that was my wonderful Milton that did it for me. I'm heading back into the tundra. Thank you for another great chat. Okay, so let's see. I remember his fold out in Playgirl magazine. It was a cosmo. Okay, we got the family coming around. Better sign off. All right, so a lot of people left. Rick's mom and her cat eyeglasses. There we go. All right, he looked very loved in those old photos. Yes, I did. Photo with Rick of Carrie and Nelson, like Larry Kelson, are posing next to a monument. A monument of carnivore, I guess. Yes, I think his mom had him in her 40s. That is correct. He towers them for certain. Yes. You're a tall, not a basketball player. People would wonder, so being tall without a niche is rough, I'm sure. Yes, it is. Most tall guys have an advantage in doing high work, but can't do much down low, but he's flexible. That is correct. I can get pretty much anywhere. Viewers have dropped 28. Yes. Looks like I have 30 right now. Where'd he go to? He's flexible, and when you're older, yes, more important than muscle building. That is very true. That's a very good point. He's going to take forever catching up. Well, but the thing is that people drop out, so that's good. Trying to get you on my radio while driving. It's dead air right now. No wonder. Having issues. Thanks for letting me know. Okay. 35 watching. Is he coming back? Yes, I am. Asian squat. He'll be back. Just can't remember why I left. Someone was calling him from outside. Good. Gives me time to get home. Maybe Rick is pinned to the floor by Milton. Well, pretty close. And hopefully Milton take over juggler. Well, Milton was the reason why I was outside. The cat may need a psych exam. All right. You are here. We can't stop it. Juliet is home. And Paul is back. There we go. DC is here. Hello. And LOL. And there we go. Hello to everyone. Juliet said until she gets back. Okay, I do not hear anything. I thought cats were a psych exam. Okay. Hearing now, he's back. And I'm back too. Friendly Feral. Now I get a Rick the Cat Rustler. There we go. Where did he go? Arc hero to villain to hero again. Well, there you go. Herding cats is hard. Yes, it is. Listening on my route to first radio. I'm laughing too hard right now. It's always Milton. Yes, it is. I've never even had close to 30 on a live. That's a lot of people. That is true. Well, I think I have 30. I have 20 something right now. I'm sure they're all leaving because there's going to be a live in 8 minutes. And that is her Christmas party. What happened was a friend of mine went to the dump. He came over. He found a stereo just like mine and some computer speakers that he gave me. I gave him a couple of cords. He found a Bluetooth speaker, but he also found one of those Scarlett Focusrite audio interfaces. He didn't even know what it was. So I told him I could use that, but he thought that his son might want it. So we'll see. I told him, don't leave it in the rain like you leave all your other stuff that you get. But hopefully it will, we'll see what happens. But anyway, okay, so Jerry has a live. Now let me see how many people we have in the chat. We have 26 watching right now. All right. So let me see if I can go over here and catch maybe her live. Let's see. YouTube. All right. And see if I can find her channel. Actually, I could go to my comments. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Let's see. Nope, that doesn't work. All right. Okay, let me see if I can find this. Subscriptions. There they are. Why is it not coming up? Okay. I don't see it. There's just too many subscriptions. I can't even keep up. How do you do a search in this crazy thing? Oh, boy. Oh, well. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. So, the Christmas party. So she's got a party going on there. Let me go back to my channel. Now, Milton, I guess, decided to go back to the bed. I'm not sure what Milton is doing. But Milton did give me quite a workout. He's very good at that. He is good at giving me a complete workout. People say, well, cats, they make you lazy, but I don't believe that for 1 minute. For me, the cats have always been, excuse me. All right. Keep missing Jerry's lives. I'm going to have to go see this one. I've never had a live, but somehow I have subs. Well, there you go. Middle of the forest. Yeah, I somehow missed it. Wondering about aimlessly. I'm still a little bit overheated from running after Milton. That's why I'm sweating so much. Milton definitely gave me a workout, and he's probably asleep on the bed, knowing him. In the middle of Forester Channel, that's right. Milton is resting after his fun. Well, there we go. So anyway, it's been a rather interesting live so far, and with a little bit of a workout in the morning and then a nice afternoon workout, and it'll be time for lunch. So I'm sure I'll have something quite delicious for lunch, especially with the delicious stuff that I got. And I got to organize my refrigerator. I stuffed the box of eggs in there. I will move them to the egg crates and move the meats around, and it's time to clean my refrigerator anyway. So that's good. And Coach Juliet Eden says, self-promoting my life live at 6 Eastern with Doug every Sunday. Makes him so happy to have people show up. Well, I'm always there. You know me. I make sure that I am in the live stream unless I'm out working. And in most cases now, I'm going to be working on my truck. Now, it was supposed to rain today. Hopefully it doesn't, but that's okay. And we have a question. Rick, do you cut your own hair? Yes, I do. And the method I use, I may have to make a video on that. I use scissors and an electric hair trimmer, and I use tape. I use electrical tape. I put it around. So what I'll do, I will sort of put the electrical tape around the back of my neck to my ears. I use a mirror. I have another mirror on the wall, and I cut the back of the hair using the hair trimmer. I'll use the scissors occasionally in places, and then I'll just cut my hair. I cut my hair about once a month. It's probably due that time again. I think so anyway. So we'll see. But let me go ahead and over there. All right. So how many other questions do we have here? All right. Wait till Easter, Juliet. All right. So anyway, it looks like we have 12 people waiting for Jerry's live stream. There we go. See, we have 12 waiting. That's more than was waiting for mine, and it's less than a couple minutes away. So anyway, let's see. Do we have any more questions or comments for the Live at 8 with Rick? Drive and talk. How many people do we still have in Rick's live? Let's see. I have 33. So we still have a pretty good number. It looks like the live stream went up, which I think is kind of interesting. All right. Okay, so let me go back over here. There we are. Okay. Here we go. I know what you meant, yes. I'm going to cut my hair to like Mitch's. I'm not bald, but that's what I want. Oh, look. We got somebody that hasn't been here in a while. We have semi-retired Bob. So we're going to have to keep this live stream going for a little bit. So how are you, Bob? I understand that you had a fall on the ice, and I hope that you're able to feel a little bit better by now. It's not fun when you have a traumatic event. I mean, for me, 2 weeks ago, it was an attack of Milton. And I almost had another one today because my friend opened the door to put the stereo in the house, and Milton got out. And, of course, there was another cat walking across the yard, and Milton decided that he was going to establish himself as the head cat, which he is. He is the cat that owns the place here. And I have to admit, Milton is very, very fast. This animal, he's like a Tasmanian devil. I'm telling you, he is one amazing pussycat. And I mean, amazing. Do you have land or are looking? Okay, gravity is not our friend sometimes. Well, that's true. Snowman fell over in Nebraska. Slowly, but a little better every day. Well, I'm glad that you are here in my live stream. Haven't seen you in the live stream for a bit. I know you've been busy, so you do what you can, right? Anyway, let's see here. Did the other live stream? Well, there you go. Looks like her live stream is going.
If anybody wants to hop on, oh, I have to move the camera. Turn the camera. I know people hate this. My apologies. Oh, good. Sound is good. Thank you so much. Okay. I know people hate it when it...
Okay. So it looks like her live stream is up and running. So let's see. Let's see how many people I have in the Quack stream. Let me double check here. We got... There we are. We have 40 people watching right now. How can my viewer count be going up after the Milton disaster? That's really, really amazing. I'm very, very surprised. So we'll put this up to a vote. But for now, let's see if we can hit these comments. She's starting up her channel. I don't know how long it'll be before they have the drawing, but do a haircut video. I'm going to have to do that. But I don't think anybody wants to see me without a shirt, so I will have to use a towel or something because they saw me without a shirt. They might think that it's a vegan, a 30-year-old vegan is doing a haircut, so that's not a good thing. Let's see. I see 40, okay, and it's showing 39 right now. It goes up and down. Sometimes it makes you wonder about how good the live stream count really is. But I can tell you one thing that I really do like, and that is the fact that they're still here. I got 37, so they're probably moving over to Jerry's live stream. Let me just pop over there. See, I showed 37 right now. So, started streaming 4 hours ago. Oh, another one of those extra long Rick live streams. So, let's see. More. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Anyway, let's see. We got this. So, yeah, if you're not familiar with Semi-Retired Bob, that's another channel you want to check. Bob is another one of the earlier carnivore influencers that interviewed me. And that's probably been at least 2 years, maybe close to 3 years by now. So that's actually pretty nice. Okay, and we have more comments. Almost home. I'll put Jerry on my PC and keep Rick on my phone. Well, there you go. And at one time, I told a new hairstylist to just make me look handsome. She said, I cannot perform a miracle. That's funny. Yeah. I wouldn't ask for that either. Then again, I'm not the ugliest person out there. Compared to most people in Miami, I think I am definitely top tier. But that's not a very high bar, you know. People in Miami tend to be overweight and unhealthy looking, and they waddle around and they breathe like a duck in heat. So that's not much of a compromise, but hey, what can you do? Let's see. I think I can put YouTube on my phone as well. And guess what? It shows Jerry's.
So without further ado, let me go
There we go.
and scroll up. I'm going to be saying hello. I'm going to not read the welcome, hello pleasantries. Hello to Barbara. Barbara was the first one into house. Hello, Barbara. I know I saw Amy, so I'm saying this to Amy, but I think she understands.
All right. Two can play that game, right? Okay, let's see. I'm back from working on my next video for the homestead. Nice and crispy cold outside here in Missouri. It's nice. Okay. 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 All right. So, are we done with the comments here? I see. Let me see. Where are my comments? All right. Oh, okay. Bob says it's 10 and snowing here today. I'm stuck here until I can turn my head enough to drive safely. Yeah, it's a shame that you had to have that mishap because otherwise you'd be out in Texas where it doesn't snow at all. I mean, I don't know how cold it gets there, but I seriously doubt that it's 10 degrees. 10 degrees, I don't even think my freezer gets that cold. And again, I have to see what my freezer is. Split screen over to Jerry. Okay. How do I split screen? Okay, why is this not working? Okay. Looks like her hat is flashing. That's funny. Okay. Let me go back to, there we go. All right, let's see here. Chat is there. She's talking about you. Yes. Well, there you go. And let's see, you can be heard yakking on the phone. That's pretty funny. So anyway, let's see. How many people do we have? All right. Let's see here. There we go. I have 38 people. Still, it's amazing. 36. Okay. We have 36 watching. Let's see. Jen has a T-bar ceiling in the bedroom. I didn't notice that. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Look at that. I prefer plaster myself, but I do have some of the others. You've seen the ones that I use.
Because if you're a winner, I want you to text me your address. I will then go to the text on my phone and mail you the things this week. That took me a couple trips to the post office.
Interesting. Well, we'll see.
From the other camera, The downstairs
All right, let me change
guest
this.
bedroom
Oop,
bed is full.
hold on. What did I
And the
do?
dogs. I had to kick both of them out because they were causing shenanigans. Okay,
Oh,
ready for the phone number.
helps if you click the right control. All right. I got comments here. Okay. All right. Let me get out of this. Why can't I get out of this? Oh, that's why. Oh, come on. Why is this not? All right. There we are. Let me go back. Okay. There. It snows in Lubbock, Amarillo, and Dallas every year. Okay. I wonder the desert. Austin a few times. Okay. Snow briefly in Austin. All right. T-bar ceiling and rats. Sounded like a damn freeway at night. Well, you know, in Rick's place, there's only a T-bar ceiling is a lay-in ceiling. I'll show you what I got. Hold on a second. I'm not going away. All right. What they're called a T-bar ceiling is what I call a lay-in panel. With those, when you put the tiles together, there's a metal thing that holds them in place that's visible. But with the kind that I use, the metal actually goes in a groove. So when you put these together, you can't see the metal. There we go. And that's the difference. So I don't like the ones where you can push up the panels. You can see it. I like these. These are the kinds that I have and that I use. And I've even made them myself. So when I build my new place, I also like putting these on the wall. So this is what I'll have when I set up my next studio for making videos or whatever, because they absorb sound. And these are from the 1950s. The date is actually, looks like 1952. $1952, with a little bit of mold thrown in for good measure, because it is South Florida. All right, this one is actually a little bit of a roof leak, but other than that, it's okay. And that's it. So that's what it is. All right, let me see if I can. All right, where is this? Okay. Where'd my comments go? There they are. Okay. So we'll go ahead and I think, yeah, there we are. So metal frame takes panels off. Now, I do have them here, but they fit in between, and I don't know where they are. Milton. Hi, Milton. Milton, come here, Milton. Well, the vicious beast has returned. Look at that. Look at that vicious little thing. It's hard to believe that such a tiny little animal can be so dangerous. Yes. Goody, 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 goody. He's such a cute little kitten. I love my baby. He's my baby kitten. He's a little tiny kitten. Yes, you are. Oh, look at that cute little kitten. Aw. You upset, little buddy? Now you're friendly now. Because you chased away that other cat. You showed him who the boss is around here. Skinny little carnivore kitty is vicious. He attacks. There you go. Watch out, baby. Watch out. You're a bad kitty. Careful, Rick. He'll bite your face off. No. The neat thing about Milton, he only attacks when he doesn't see my face. If he sees my face, it's pretty good. Wait, did Rick go to show? Yeah. I showed you the ceiling tiles in my house. But this is 1950s technology, which was the best one. They don't make these. They haven't made these since like the early 70s. These are all old stock from the 50s, from jobs that I did years ago. Anyway. Okay, so we have 32 people watching right now. The count is going down a little bit. Does everybody want to remain here? Do you want to move to another live stream? It's up to you. And if you do, I'll probably go ahead and make some lunch. Let's see. Going to go concentrate on Jerry for a bit. There we go. Milton is so cute for a black guy. He's like Mike Tyson. Eddie Murphy. He acts like Mike Tyson, I'll tell you that. Let's see. Rick's take metal strips which hold them together and do not show. That's right. And again, I got the strips. I just don't know where I put the silly things. Okay. Here's one of the little metal pieces. If I had my way, I would start marketing these again, and I would get rid of all them deep lay-in looking garbage things, and then also these businesses that don't have a ceiling because they're just painted over crap, just start putting that in there. It'll be just like the 50s all over again. It's not that hard to do. I don't know why in the world it just went away. I think of Milton more like a little Bruce Lee. Well, there you go. Lady June, I'm staying here. Okay. I still got 34. I'm in Rick's, Jerry's, and Lance's. My AHT is fully engaged. Lance? Who's Lance? It's an addiction. There you go. I'll cook a steak now at 9:15. What the heck? There you go. All right. So let's see what's happening here.
And then I'm going to sit down and read more comics. Do a little stuff, read a little comic, do a little dance, make a little love, sit down tonight. Who do I sound like? First person. Oh, let's go. So I will try to get closer. Hey, Lewis is here. Hello, Lewis. Oh, Rick was boring, so you came here. Rick is never boring. I love Rick.
Rick is boring.
Something about Rick, I don't know. Reminds me a little bit of my brother, but Rick's younger than my brother. I have it under control. Well, thanks, Lynn. I appreciate it. My head is flashing on and off. Yes, it is. This is my answer to the Christmas stocking.
Well, there we go. Anyway, I see that the chat here is slowed down. There's a lot of chat going on in there. I can see that got retired Rick, Terry Girl, Amy. Everyone's going into the other live stream. So we'll go ahead, and if there's nobody has any more comments, we're going to wrap this up. I'm going to go, and I'm going to cook myself something for lunch. I'm not sure. There's so much good stuff to choose from now. I almost feel like I'm spoiled. It's like going to a fancy restaurant without having to put up with the restaurant, because I hate restaurants. Okay. Larry's not Lance. All right. ND Carnivore is there, though. Oh, okay. Multitasking lives. Yes, that happens. I have to do that tomorrow at 1 o'clock because there's 2 lives at the exact same time, which is not fun. But maybe one day what we'll do, YouTube will enable the multi-streaming in such a way that we can do it all at the same time. But for me, it'd be nice to just hand over to somebody else and then do something else. So that'll work out really well. Anyway, what I want to do today, I'll probably go on a bike ride to check out the dumpster over at the school. I don't think they've taken out anything good. And I got to hit the auto parts for something real quick. Then hopefully if it doesn't rain, I'm going to go out there and work on my truck some more. I was able to get my tools. I got another ratchet. What? Milton. Milton, come here. Milton. He's over there looking for the other cat again. All right. You're a cute cat, Milton. All right. So let's see. We got 30 watching right now. The live is going down. So instead of having an outro or anything like that, last call for comments, and I am going to shut down the live stream. It'll be a 4.5-hour live stream, somewhere around there. So let me double check these comments one more time. I don't see anything. Let me see. All right. I'm omnipresent. Any videos of you working on your truck? No, I haven't done it yet. My tripod broke. I need to glue that back together. I'll probably do that. I was in Lance's earlier. Okay. I'm omnipresent. Well, there you go. And Bryce Biscuit says, thanks, Rick. Peace, fam. Catch you in streams? Yes. I've never seen them without the metal, though. I guess you're talking about the ceiling. Well, up until the 60s, they were all like this because people didn't want to see that ugly metal crap. They came in many different patterns. I actually have the books on it as well. But if you look, like, for example, if you watch the movie or TV show, what was that called? With Draper or whatever. It's supposed to be in the 60s, but it's got the wrong ceiling. What is that show called? I never really watched it because I didn't have cable. I forget. Mad Men, that's what it's called. They have a show called Mad Men. They have a 1990s ceiling in a so-called 1960s office. But I noticed the details. If If you don't have the real deal, it's not the real thing. And the real deal, if you're old like I am, we used to have these in all our schools. They were everywhere. This is Celotex Hush Tone Ceiling Tile with the Raymond Loewy developed linear random pattern. There's also a straight pattern and a random, which I have several samples of. And one day, if I live long enough and I got my own place I'm building, I'm going to be making brand new ones for my house and my shop. The only thing I'll reuse is the metal, because it's too hard to make a roller to make these things. I'll reuse them. I'll just make new tiles. All right. So I don't see any more comments. It looks like, I got some more comments. Okay. The comments are still coming. There we go. Have a great day from Brian and Bride's Biscuit. Milton is MVP. The Velvet Claw. Lance is North Dakota Carnivore. I'm not familiar with that. I'll have to check his channel out. I have not seen him. He's probably not familiar with me either. If there's mechanical above, or they need access to the other version, ceiling is needed. Well, this one is perfectly fine. It's easy to access. And this is another good question. Aren't tiles like yours usually glued to a ceiling? They can be. They were often glued in a remodel. So if they wanted to put a soundproofing in an older building like mine that has plaster and they had an echo, they would simply glue them with 5 spots of glue. They'd put like one in the middle and one on each corner. Problem is that glue is highly flammable. So if your place catches on fire, like it happened, what was the name of that Coconut Grove bar that they had in the 1940s? Or if it would have been like MGM Grand in Las Vegas, that glue catches on fire, the thing burns like a flamethrower. So these are made of sugar cane. They do burn, but not very fast. Not really that big of a deal. But the ones that I make are mineral and they don't burn. All right, so let's see. Okay, bye, Rick, everyone. Yes. And I guess that's pretty much it. I have 31. Looks like we're down to 31. And that's good. Well, I'm going to say I'm glad everybody that was here. It's about 4.5 hours that we'll do today. Check out ND Carnivore. I will. I definitely will. This is cute. All right. It's Jeopardy time. And that is it. So anyway, let me just say goodbye. And we have 30 people watching right now. So if you want, you can head over to Jerry's channel, or you can head over to do whatever you want. You can go out and walk your dog or cat, and hopefully your cat is not an attack cat like mine. And that'll be great. So, and I appreciate all of you that were here. I appreciate all the comments. And to whomever sent me the delicious eggs and meats, absolutely. I think I know who you are, but thank you so much. It always helps. And next week, as far as I know, I'm going to be co-hosting with Jonathan. So it'll be a little bit different, but it'll be very similar. And I look forward to that. And then the following week will actually be the day when I did my first. So the anniversary will be the week before, the next week. Next year, I'm planning on making changes, improvements to the live stream. So keep your eyes open for that. It won't happen instantly, but it will happen eventually. So anyway, let me let you go over and enjoy the rest of your weekend. And Bride's Biscuit says, thanks again, Rick. Have a great weekend. And I say that to you as well. Have a great weekend. And hopefully, I will see you next week. And I hope that during the week, you have a very successful week. And hopefully, by next week, at least I'll have my engine out and I'll have the other one ready to go in. And Smoothie 420 says, thanks for sharing your time with us, Rick. Have a good one. And also, let me show you Milton. There he is. Milton loves it when the windows are open. He can smell and see the other animals. And he wants to go out there and have another rumble. So I should grab my microphone and go, let's get ready to rumble. and then have a Milton versus other cat. Come here. Say goodbye, Milton. Come on, Milton. Look at Milton. Look at the cutie. Oh, look at those claws. Look at the cute little Milton. Oh, he's such a cutie. There you go. Go get him, Milton. Go get him, Milton. Milton. Look at those teeth. Look at that vicious animal. You're very beautiful. All right. So, thank you so much. Thank you, my friends. And